First things first, thank you very much to Dan and Linda and others for hosting us last night. That was exceptional. Really great. Thank you very much.
All you being troopers coming out in the rain.
I think we're used to that kind of sunshine for where most of us are from. It was really great, delicious, and very generous. So thank you very much. The plan for today is as is described in the agenda for May 7th. We'll start this morning with a recap of yesterday. We'll do that by going through the draft report that we had started at the end of the day yesterday afternoon. Then Alan's going to take it away with going through the evaluation of the coastwide fishing intensity, looking at some of the results with the Shiny tool. I think you all should have just received an email this morning from Alan with the same URL that was put up on the screen yesterday afternoon.
I may have missed a few people.
Okay, so if someone didn't get the email,
You can just email me.
you can send Alan or myself or Carey a note and we can pass it on to you. Okay, so today is much more focused on results and picking up some of the discussion. Picking up some of the discussion on the distribution framework, starting probably with the discussion on the objectives that we had only got to. Briefly yesterday. We have, Carey and Alan were talking, we may, depending on how the group's feeling, split into some smaller breakout groups as we did, I think, last meeting when we were playing with the Explorer tool. We'll see how people are feeling and how you want to work with the tool. I just mention it now so that anyone listening on the webinar knows why we've suddenly gone quiet for a portion of the day. Okay, so that's the plan. We'll quickly go through the report with folks just to make sure that we've generally captured folks' thoughts, feelings from yesterday. We can make a few edits as we go. This report will continue to be adjusted slightly before we have a chance to all review the final report on the last day. I'm not going to go through any of the standard template stuff. I think most folks are familiar with that. If you're not, like a newer face to the table, we can maybe talk at a break. So we'll start actually at the report itself. First sections are just highlighting the opening of the session, noting membership. Paragraph 3 is what Dave was highlighting yesterday, where some of the rules and procedures that were amended have been dropped into the report here. I should say too, I'm just going to scroll through this fairly quickly. If you want me to slow down or stop, just say that. Otherwise, we're going to have people falling asleep before the break. So this is straight from the rules of procedure. Next paragraphs are the adoption of the session, more housekeeping items. Membership is noted in terms of the regrets and the new appointees. I think we had a chance to introduce the new appointees yesterday. One regret which I have to know today is Angel is not able to join us for the rest of the session. So Angel was here yesterday, but had some conflicts for the remainder of the week.
Glenn Merrill as well.
Oh, yes. So we'll need to know both Angel and Glenn are. So we'll add that edit for tonight. And then those of you who have been reappointed and maybe didn't know you were reappointed, too late. Here you are. And then this is where we get into some more substantive pieces about the actions arising from the last meeting. The first point we wanted to highlight for folks was paragraph 13. This is referring to the pending action item in the MSAB013 report, specifically referencing climate change. Our request at MSAB012 was that the Secretariat provide some more information on how research activities on things like climate change, changing ocean dynamics, and population dynamics may be incorporated into this MSE process. And the guidance we received from the Secretariat yesterday was that the MSAB should provide a few more specifics, so we don't just have, a day or two of research reports. Yesterday, my recollection is our conversation is that we would flag specific items that may arise as they come throughout the session. As a placeholder, we put in this text here. Correct. Correct, yeah. As things arise through the week, we can add them here. Nothing new from the SRB report aside from noting that it was received from the same from October. Then the outcomes from the annual meeting. Pardon me. First item of note is we recalled the two recommendations from the annual meeting. The first is about developing a conservation objective around a spawning biomass target. And then the second was paragraph 62, where we had a fair bit of conversation yesterday about the, I guess, perceived conflict, and that the target SPR of 40% was noted in paragraph 62A. So our response to these two recommendations is paragraph 17. I'll let folks read that for a moment. So the intent of paragraph 17 is for us to note these two recommendations, and that the latter part really is the takeaway. We note the management procedures in paragraph 62 that best meet the primary objectives. They were not evaluated at MSAB 12 as detailed in this document. So we're saying we see there's two recommendations. We've also noted that there's some additional information that was produced between our last meeting and now.
No, I was just going to correct a typo.
Typo? Yeah.
A typo, but I think that can be done later, and
okay.
I couldn't figure out how to.
Oh yeah, you don't have a keyboard or mouse.
I only have one of the two pieces.
Oh,
it's all right.
On that paragraph. One is, I think it's important to highlight that it was the 15% constraint that was not evaluated. We did evaluate an SPR target of 40 with a 30-20 control rule. So more specificity in what the new information is would help. And I guess I'm not really comfortable saying that the management procedure that best meets the primary objectives, because I'm not convinced that we all agree that this is what best meets the primary objectives. That I think our recommendation from 12, our last meeting, was for, 42, 43 with a high and a low end on it. And after looking at all the information available, that's what best meet the objectives in our opinion, not a single SPR of 40. And so I think those are the two comments on that maybe we can work on drafting.
Yeah, so I think this is just noting what the commissioners put in their report, though, right? So this isn't the MSAB's opinion, but maybe we can just add something to that sentence to clarify that this was from the annual meeting report. Well, there were a number of management procedures that were evaluated after the last MSAB, all trying to get at that catch stability objective a little bit better, right? So I guess I see your point, and we haven't evaluated that. We're about to. But I think the wording in the annual meeting report is there already and isn't going to change, and so I don't think we can change that. Does that make sense? I think we can clarify in the sentence that this isn't our opinion, but it was in the annual meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the text in question is this highlighted text here. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right here. And this is taken from the AM report. So maybe we could clarify that this is,
Maybe we could, instead of putting that phrasing in, maybe we could just, note the paragraph number in the annual meeting report that says that. I can't remember what paragraph it is. Okay, paragraph 62, just say, something like paragraph 62, okay, well, let's just let Dave comment maybe.
Yeah, thanks. There's a few issues with the construct of the paragraph as a whole. Traditionally, what we should do if we're quoting something from the Commission is do exactly as what we've done for the previous two paragraphs there. You can see in italics, and it's just the MSAB notes, the AM95, the Commission, and then you just write it out the exact same way. So you're not paraphrasing, and it avoids confusion and also time with a reader having to go and look at the report to see what was actually written by the Commission. So we can reconstruct that paragraph so that it would look similar to the previous paragraph. And then if you wanted to add anything in addition to that, you could add a couple of extra sentences. And maybe we can set it up in that format, and then you can add that in the next revision. Thanks.
And as we go through results today and we are evaluating these, I think it's important to realize that the management procedure that best meets the primary objectives was the one highlighted above under AB, because we only had 3 primary objectives. I think the MSAB had objectives that were unstated that resulted in their range of SPRs. And that's what I wanted to work on yesterday and we'll work on today when we're viewing the results. So I think there's a disconnect between what this paragraph is trying to say and the interpretation and the objectives.
okay, so I'll suggest that we'll go back, make some edits to clarify that this is actually referencing the AM report above in the format that Dave's just talked about. The additional sentence that we'll add is perhaps to clarify Dan's comments about, and Alan's comments that this procedure here highlighted is the one that best meets the primary objectives. That's just a statement, but it's maybe not our preferred procedure because we had other unstated objectives. All right, so I think this will be clarified today as we go through some results, and that goes back to the opening comments on this report reviewing piece. This section of the report is not set in stone. We can go back at the end of the day today and revise some of this other material if we had pertinent discussions in the results section. All right. Okay, so the next paragraphs are the review of work, the 101, and the start of the goals and objectives. These are all just noting the information which we had received. Maybe one point of note is that the presentation that Alan provided is now online as Info 01, for folks that had asked for that document earlier. Paragraphs 21 through 30 are more substantive pieces of our conversation after lunch. I'll pause here for a minute so that folks can read it over. The highlighted text is left blank because those were items that we had deferred yesterday afternoon to talking about today after we've had a chance to review some of the results in MSE Explorer. Okay.
Dan.
Comments, I guess we're going to come back and fill in the yellow at the end of the day.
Correct, yeah.
Looking at 23, To me, one of the interesting points is that at the annual meeting, some of the stakeholders felt that there was that a 1 in 10 chance was a higher risk than they were willing to accept. And we want to note that the shifting to the 1 in 20 is responsive to stakeholder input at the annual meeting and request for a lower risk tolerance on the 20. To me, that was one of the reasons why I think I was supportive of the going to the 5%. It's responsive to what I heard from stakeholders at the annual meeting, that they were uncomfortable with the level of risk of a 1 in 10 chance provided.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. So perhaps adding another sentence here along the lines of this change is in response to consultative feedback from the annual meeting. Yeah? Okay.
I'm curious, the interpretation of the 5%, is that one chance in 20 years, or is it a 5% chance every year of exceeding it? It makes it sound like if, once you have it exceeded it 1 year, you won't exceed it for 19 more years again. I don't think that's kind of, I'm not sure I like that interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, this is statistics. But we actually do report two probabilities. Remember those probability all, probability any. And the probability any is the chance that it occurs in a 10-year period. The probability all is the chance that it occurs in a single year. So we actually report both types of metrics. Interpretation's tough. It's like when you say there's a 100-year flood. It's not that they only occur once every 100 years. They probably occur in a number of subsequent years in that 100-year period. So.
I'm struggling with number 25. The MSAB noted a presentation of an objective to maintain a spawning biomass target can be defined as a fishery objective in response to AM095, paragraph 59C. So, sorry to do this, but to me that reads that if someone is, a presentation is defined as a objective, and I don't think that's what that item means. So could someone explain that to me, what that means?
Yeah, we can just delete the A presentation.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. Thank you.
That's fine.
Yes, I'm looking at 25 in another aspect where you're maximizing economic yield. And I just then flipped over to the harvest strategy policy that was just written, where it says, it uses the term optimum yield in relation to economics. It's profitable use, optimum yield. Are we talking two different things here, or is there going to be a melding of these two documents, which of course will include the 5% instead of the 10%? So I'm just curious what we're really dealing with here.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I think maximum economic yield here is a real general term, and optimize economic yield. There's also net economic returns listed in the harvest strategy policy document. And I think those are just general terms to capture that it's not just about maximizing the yield. It's about looking at the economics and the social aspects and all those other things. Those terms yet have to be specifically defined through analysis and other consultation with stakeholders. So here I've been presenting maximum economic yield because it's a very common fisheries term right now. As we get our economists at IPHC and further this work, we'll have more specific definitions of what these are. But right now I would just assume maximum and optimize are synonymous.
Okay, thanks, John. I guess one more follow-up question on that. And you mentioned on economic yield, and then you mentioned social as well. So when we discuss economic, we see the word economic yield or anything like that, you are also at the same time looking at the social aspect as well. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, yes, I guess, my comment was back on 23, which I thought where we, landed was, as Dan expressed it, it was a 1 in 20 chance and a 1 in 10 chance, rather than link it to years, which could kind of then be misleading that if you've already reached it for this 10-year period, it won't happen again.
So I see Dan nodding, and that's, I think, change we can make. The other piece that Dan just commented about was, this change was in response to some stakeholder feedback. I think we'll need to, just read this entire paragraph. Maybe we can do that on, offline afterwards, because adding the, as Michelle and I were, or, Carey and I were just whispering, 23 is just a statement. It's not actually talking about what we did differently. We'll note in the next paragraph 31, or the table there, that we actually did make some changes. So I think we can put a pin in paragraph 23 and the subsequent table, revise that paragraph to reflect some of the wording that Michelle and Dan have just provided, and also note that it's in response to some feedback at the annual meeting. That's okay with folks? Okay. Seeing no other hands here, move down to the table. So yeah, table 1 is the revised, I'm going to fit on one screen, the revised set of objectives that Alan presented yesterday just after lunch. These are the new numberings. So 1.1 is the conservation objective, then we had some other fishery objectives in 2.1, 2.2, and a to be determined 2.3.
So just to note, the changes in this table are, I've changed, in the first row, 1.1, 95% and a tolerance of 0.05. That's the only difference there. I've added to, sorry, and unfished, right, yeah. And we define earlier in a note that it's dynamic unfished biomass. 2.1 is a brand new row, and I've put in there right now B45%, which is from the harvest strategy policy. So maybe we do want to highlight that for further discussion. And 2.2 is exactly the same, although we have a note up above to potentially modify this. And then, yeah.
Right, we talked yesterday about, let's consider this 15%. Let's also consider the 25% tolerance.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see after results today. And then the 2.3 is exactly the same, except a new number, as it had been before, and I did not insert this minimum TCUI concept as an objective.
Michelle?
On 2.1 and the B45, is that, based on our discussion, is that relative to B0?
Yeah. So, I want to say, yeah, we want to say similar thing we did for B limit up above. 45, yeah, we'll just make a note below. Yeah, we'll just format it the same as it's up there.
Sorry? Yeah, we certainly haven't decided on a value. We did talk about the utility of a target and what a target might look like. The commission, I think we need to comment on a target, as that was one of the commission directions. Yeah. Turn your mic on.
I'm not comfortable at this point saying that I think it's important to add a new objective to our table. And so we've had our discussion on the utility of adding a target. I mean, yesterday I kind of walked away with mixed impressions about the utility of adding a target. I think we can definitely address it, but I think the outcome is still unresolved in my mind.
Right, and we had a paragraph which noted that an objective could be part of a fishery objective or as a procedure. Or, no, that was the other one. So we've just noted that it could be defined. Okay, so then, let me put it to the table, but what are others' thoughts on a target? Should we just strike this item or highlight the entire row? I see Chris and then Jim.
I see Michelle actually first.
Sorry.
Could you scroll, to go up a bit so we can look at?
Sorry, Chris, I think Michelle's hand was
Oh,
faster.
sorry, go
Michelle,
ahead.
then Chris, then Jim.
Well, I was gonna ask for the same thing. Actually, if you could scroll up to the, because I thought the commission's direction was to create a new conservation objective. And then I think that what Alan, noted was that there's a couple of different ways to express the conservation objective as a fishery objective versus a conservation objective.
Chris, was that the? Okay, so, I think, Michelle, you wanted to draw our attention to this recommendation from the commission, is that right?
Yes. So I took this to mean that the commission was recommending that we actually add an objective.
Develop a target, yeah. Okay, so that's the first point. Chris, your question was to scroll down a little.
Keep going down. Okay, so what we're trying to do here in the meeting notes, right, it's not how the meeting actually happened, it's following the agenda. Okay, so I think, a little bit more, okay, sorry. First of all, given we don't really know what maximum economic yield is, I'm uncomfortable using that as an example. Because if somebody went to me and came to me after these notes and said, hey, okay, what's this maximum economic yield? I'd be like, I don't know. So I'm a little uncomfortable with that. But I think for this part, I think what's causing the concern right now is we've got it in the table as an objective and we haven't decided whether or not we want that. So I think as long as we all recognize that this table might change and the text before it might change, I think just highlight in yellow that whole new in the table, just as long as we all understand we're going to revisit it here in today's discussion, maybe tomorrow's discussion, and maybe even Thursday's discussion, depending on what, as we see results. That's all. I think just that's creating some, hold it, we haven't made that decision yet. That's the only thing there, I think.
Sure.
Yeah, Chris, I appreciate that, and I think, let's highlight it, but remind me to give you a quick presentation on what maximum economic yield means and what maximum sustainable yield means. Because I think I can draw something on the board that will help everybody understand the concept, that we don't necessarily need to know exactly what maximum economic yield is. We just need to understand the concept of it and how it relates to MSY.
Okay. So I think it's reasonable to highlight this row as the contents are still to be determined. I do want to move us towards developing some sort of objective, or at least a very clear response as to why we wouldn't follow the commission recommendation. Jim?
Yeah, I think most of it's been said. I think my understanding was we were going to develop a target as a part of the objective, and it's a fisheries objective as opposed to, to me, my discussion, it was not necessarily a conservation objective, but a fisheries objective.
Yeah, that's a good clarification that I don't really know we were very clear on, and something to consider is that there's a difference between the fishery objective and conservation objective. Okay. Michelle and then Chuck.
Just the last point, as we're highlighting a lot in yellow and having a lot more discussions, I guess also the view that outside of this meeting, as we get to October and even next year, these objectives aren't necessarily, right, our final set of objectives that we do want to achieve. These are what we want to see the results for until we can then understand how the differences play out, and then what we want our final set of objectives to be. And then also, I think in order to best have the rationale for the objectives that we end up with, it's better to actually examine a full suite of objectives and then note why we rejected some objectives in the end, and have the results to be able to demonstrate that.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Chuck?
Yeah, mine is just more or less what Chris had mentioned on the SBMEY. That is also in this harvest policy strategy that's just come out as well. And I guess it is, are we being guided by this harvest strategy policy we've just found out about now, or how is this to play out? And it describes it a bit better. but it's just, is it leading this process at this time? And it says it's to be the proxy until, MSAB comes up with something, a harvest policy as well. So I just, throws me a bit that we're discussing.
So my perspective is no, we're not being guided by that harvest policy, that we're not bound by it per se, but at least in a process like this, it's usually helpful to start with a status quo, to evaluate a status quo, pull from something that's familiar to start with the evaluation. But I don't know, maybe turn to Alan or others to see what their thoughts are on the role of this document.
So, yeah, it would be good to get Dave's opinion on this as well, but the way that we see it at IPHC, as I understand it, is a harvest strategy policy is the overall policy of the management organization, and it should guide the MSE process. However, we never had any type of document like this before we started this MSE process, so I think there was a little bit of the chicken-egg concept here, but the way that it should have been done, we should have had a harvest strategy policy document that just identified the general harvest strategy policy of IPHC and the management of halibut, and that would guide the MSE process. In my mind, I see this as a little bit of iteration between the MSE process and the harvest strategy policy document. As we learn some more, we might update the harvest strategy policy. But the general concepts in this harvest strategy policy document should hold throughout the MSE process. But it would be good to get Dave's opinion on this.
I think we're not going to resolve it today, but maybe if we have time this week, and certainly for the next meeting, I think it might be helpful for this group to get a presentation of the harvest strategy policy, because I don't know that we've actually had I don't think it's actually been presented to us as the current form of the document. I have a bad memory too, so I could be wrong. I don't think we've seen it before.
No, it was presented at the annual meeting, but it wasn't actually finalized until recently. And so, yeah, I'll talk to Dave, and maybe Thursday morning or something we can do that.
Yeah, I recall at the annual meeting
Wednesday morning
being put forward. So that's good to know that we hadn't seen an earlier draft version of it to this group. Are folks comfortable with that? If we can make time during this week to see or receive a presentation from the Secretariat on the policy document?
Yeah, I think Chuck told me that it was on the website now. I quickly reviewed it. So it's a guide, I think, and we've already modified some that was in that was the suggestion. I can't remember what the term was, but it was 0.45, and we've made some differences on it, but it's basically putting a framework around where to go, and I think that would be useful, especially it's only 6 years in? Sorry.
Okay, so we'll flag that as an item that we see if we can get some follow-up with for this week. I think that actually takes us to the end of where we had made edits for the report, which is good, because we're right near time. Oh, right, there is one more. There's an appendix that we need to review. I just want to bring to people's attention, there is a bunch of text here around distribution objectives. This was just some pre-developed text from the reports. It should actually all be highlighted in yellow. You'll see there's a whole bunch of text here that's just to help guide us. So there's something there that has been started for us, but we haven't actually really talked about it yet, so we have nothing to review yet. Objective 5 was the one, or Appendix 5 was the one item to go over with folks here. Chuck, also, we did have a discussion about the affiliations, and we can see about making those amendments to the report. Wow, this is a lot of pages. Here we go. Do you want to walk us through this part then, Alan?
Yeah, so these are the objectives related to distribution that I presented yesterday, and it's not much new from what I think I did in MSAB012, but I thought, you know, we will put them in as an appendix, and we can discuss them and see if there's any that want to be updated here. But it's basically exactly as I presented. There's objectives related to conserving population structure, and here the general objectives to maintain biomass around a target that optimizes fishing activities by regulatory areas, and then limit catch variability down here, and then maximize directed fishing yield by regulatory areas, a bunch of statistics related to those, and then the minimized potential of no catch limit for directed fishery. So there's some notes of pieces that are missing. I don't know that they need to be defined at this meeting. We have a couple more chances to discuss this, and yeah, that's the appendix.
So again, this is just a consolidation of material that we had previously seen. It was in October, correct, Alan, that we had seen this the first time?
Yes, the ad hoc working group discussed these and put these in their little report or paper, and then I presented them at MSAB 12 in October.
Right. And so we can come back to this as well through our discussion today when we really get into the distribution piece. Scott?
Yeah, we're going to be talking about this again. Is that correct? One item I want to bring, I think, was the last one where minimum catch limits in regulatory areas. And yesterday we had talked about the proposal made by Area 2A, but I also believe at the last meeting we had, didn't Jeff Kaufman bring up Area 4 CD&E and having a limit there too?
Yeah, that's right. I did notice that this morning. I think that was 1.7 million pounds. That should be in the MSAB 12 report, and we can try to extract that. It would have been, I should have asked Angel before she left, but you can contact.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, since he's not here, that that's not forgotten about.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. So for the discussion on distribution and the proportions of halibut within the range observed by the IPHC setline survey in the different regions, is there something that you could show us what that range is for each of the different regions?
Sorry, can you just remind me what the range was?
What the range of proportions are for each of the 4 regions from the survey, and if those are from specific survey years?
Yes, I have a figure in the presentation, I think this afternoon, that will show that.
Well, nobody else had their hand raised, right? I see Chris. Oh, no, I was just going to wrap up this discussion to get us back on our timeline.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, like, we're just going through what was up there yesterday. We're still going to discuss these in detail, right? Okay, good.
Yeah, we'll be coming back to these for sure. So I imagine this is the end of the report, right? And I think we can hand it over to Alan then to take us through agenda item number 5, correct?
Yep.
Where we'll be talking about the coast-wide fishing intensity and the additional simulation results that Alan has.
Thanks, folks, for doing that. It's painful, I know, to start, but it's so nice when you just leave at the end of the week and it's all done. So I appreciate paying up front.
All right, now's the fun part of the meeting. We get to see some results. And this is, again, looking at coast-wide fishing intensity. So, what I'll present to you in this agenda item are the management procedures related to coastwide scale. Some of this we had seen at MSAB013, and then I will also present to you the new results with constraints on the annual change in the TCUI, and I'll explain exactly what that means. And then we'll look pretty extensively at some results, give you a little bit of time to play with this Explorer tool, and then we'll regroup and see if anybody has any insights that they want to share. And then we can have lunch and then revisit objectives, or we'll see how that process goes. But after I present these results, I would like to revisit the objectives related to scale. So again, here's the illustration of the harvest strategy policy with a scale portion on the coastwide level and then the TCUI distribution. And what we're going to be discussing in this presentation is only the leftmost part of this, of that management procedure down there. And mainly that's the input here, the fishing intensity input, which I'll explain to you, is not just a simple input of what I call a procedural SPR. So when we talk about things like a 46% SPR, that is the procedural SPR. And what that is, this is what is called the harvest control rule. And you can see here, there's a maximum fishing intensity. We have on the vertical axis the SPR levels, where this is high fishing intensity and low fishing intensity. Remember, 100% SPR, it means no fishing. On the horizontal or x-axis, we have a biomass or status of the stock, and this is noted in relative spawning biomass. So as the stock is fished down, as the stock gets lower and lower, there's this fishery trigger point, which the fishery trigger means you reduce the fishing intensity. And by reducing the fishing intensity, hopefully you're moving the stock back up to the right, or increasing the size of the stock and improving the status. And then there's a point on this harvest control rule, the fishery limit, that you basically close the fishery. And this really means no directed fishery, so it's not exactly SPR 100%. But you would basically curtail fishing to the extent possible to really try to rebuild the stock to sustainable levels. So this is the harvest control rule. We have the input, or that procedural SPR, and then you can think there's an output of this harvest control rule depending on where you are in terms of status. And there we go. So I wanted to bring this up. I think this is a great figure from the recent DFO, can I call it a management plan?
Precautionary approach for applying.
Policy document. There we go. Okay, great. I have too much to remember right now. The DFO Fisheries Oceans Canada policy document, and they have this really great figure, which I thought is really good because some people here at this table might be familiar with this. Well, let me explain it to you, Chris. This is how your fishery is managed. So we basically have this maximum fishing intensity. So here is a removal rate. So think of that as fishing intensity on the vertical axis, and stock status. Exactly as I had in the previous figure. You have this sort of maximum removal rate, a ramping down. We've called this on the ramp. And then this period where you basically curtail removal rates to rebuild the stock. They've defined a number of points on here, being the limit reference point. They call this the upper stock reference. This is a target reference point, and this is the removal reference. So I've actually equated those numbers to the terms that I've been using, because here at IPHC we do like our own terminology, right? But the problem is I could bring up the U.S. one, and there's totally different terminology as well. So this is the terms we have been using, and then I note that there's this B target, which is above this point in the DFO policy document, indicating that they expect to fluctuate around this target with only invoking the control rule in times of necessity. So they define this as the cautious zone, which we've been calling on the ramp. So, yeah, this isn't new stuff that I'm developing. I'm not that novel, I guess.
It's becoming crystal clear to me that we're going to have to be careful about defining the terms that we use, because it's just like table and table. For years, I thought when the Canadians were talking about tabling an issue, they were putting it off.
Yeah.
They were bringing it to the table.
I learned that one recently too. I know. So I'm tabling this policy document. But yes, terminology is confusing. Hopefully there's some translation that is useful in this slide as well. And this slide hopefully, or actually I forgot to mention some of the things here, but this slide does have some terminology in it, as well as the management procedures, the values that we tested. So for example, for that procedural or input SPR, we tested a range of 30% to 56%. For the fishery trigger, we investigated 30, 40, and a 25% value there. And then for the fishery limit, we investigated a 10 and a 20, where the 10 was associated with 25 and the 20 was associated with 30 and 40. So these are what I will show you in some results today. Yes, Michelle?
Thanks. And so I'm sure there were different iterations that were discussed in developing the policy document at DFO. And so one of the things that I've been wondering is to use this graphic as an example of what the difference is between like a 40-20 versus a 30-20, right? And so if you have your target at 40, but you have your harvest control rule at 30-20, is that really any different than having a 40-20 harvest control rule? And it seems like from the explanation, at least that Alan gave of DFO's policy document, was that there was really between numbers 2 and 4 on the graphic, you're not on the ramp. Whereas if it were a 40-20, you would be on the ramp. And so perhaps there's more flexibility to do something between numbers 2 and 4 than if the ramp actually started at number 4.
So I'll take a stab at it. I'm not sure I've totally got the question, but those 4 different references that you see on this figure, 4 references exist, but the value of those references can change. The department, DFO has default values for those, and so it could be a 30-20, it could be a 20-40, 10-40, whatever, but you would still have a target reference, which would be something higher than the upper stock reference, than number 2. The point of the target more is that you want to be aiming to have the biomass some level greater than the upper stock reference or the fishery trigger, so that you're not on the ramp, because the ramp is an uncomfortable place to be. The one point of clarification too is, generally speaking, well, at least on this figure, we see that the inflection points in the harvest control rule align with the critical and cautious zones. That doesn't have to be the case. You could choose to move the ramp a little further to the right so that you start curtailing harvest even though you're in the healthy zone, because you don't want to be in the ramp. I think that's more the latter point you're saying about the 40-20 rule.
Yes, thanks. So if you're shooting to be over in the number 3 area, right, above the target, but if you are between you're at close to the line of the cautious zone, of where the cautious zone begins, you might still effectively take management that is similar to being on a ramp to try and get you back past the target faster.
Yeah, one could. The ramp could be moved a little further over, so you start curtailing sooner. Yeah. So either move the inflection points or change the angle of the ramp. Yeah. Chris, do you have a question? Otherwise, Tom has his hand.
Well, I guess on a practical basis, if you're gonna have like your number 4, that's gonna be a spawning target. As soon as you get that and you start going below that, you're gonna have to take some action to get you back up above that, whether you call it a ramp or not. In reality, you're doing the same thing. You're taking management procedures to reduce your harvest so that you get your spawning biomass back up above that. Unless you're just gonna wait till it hits the ramp before you don't do it. You just note it that it's there. Otherwise, you're already on the ramp if you start taking action.
I would say sometimes, not always. I mean, you're never going to be right on the point on number 4. There's environmental stochasticity. So it's okay some years to be a little bit below, some years to be a little bit above. And you may take some actions, like Michelle was saying, but you're never going to be right on. And it's more I didn't realize I was going to be on the stand here today. That the line is the ramp is what your reference removal is. So what you are targeting is your harvest rate. There's lots of reasons why the harvest rate, or why a decision may deviate from that harvest rate one way or another. Chris?
Yeah, I think just to remind everybody that when for DFO, it's sort of almost applied on a fishery by fishery basis. There's, as Adam said, there's some guidelines in there, but it's really on a fishery basis. And even the target reference point, the policy allows the upper stock reference point can be your target. You can actually have them the same. So there's a lot of flexibility here. It's really fishery specific. I just want to remind everybody of that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, the bigger driver is, when stock status is moving to the left, getting lower, we're in a different zone, more conservative management actions are required. Dan had a clarifying question that I forgot, sorry. Okay.
Can I just follow up with a couple little things? So I think Chris said it exactly. There's a lot of flexibility in developing where these points are. And remember, here at IPHC, we don't even need a ramp. We can have this line come straight across. I think a ramp is a good thing because there are certain times you want to take action. But Tom, if you are below this point, remember this is a removal rate. So you already are taking action wherever you are, because you're only taking a portion. You're not taking a fixed amount. So yeah, we could develop a harvest policy, and I have runs that have no control rule in there at all. They're just a constant SPR, and you see the consequence of that. So moving on, the MSAB recommended that coastwide fishing intensity SPR should not be lower than 40%, higher 46%, with a target 42 to 43 and a 30-20 harvest control rule. So just a reminder of the recommendation based on the results we saw at MSAB013, which did not include any of these constraints. And so noting that, the MSAB did request to look at some additional management procedures. So the MSAB also had a request to continue working on the scale portion, or the scale MSE, the coastwide MSE. And these were some of the encouragements to explore. And I want to note just a couple of things. The 2510 control rule, which I had previously, and other control rules as possible, like a 3010, a 3015, and I have a 3020. I have not investigated the 3010 and the 3015, but we can imply what those might look like. Multi-year quotas, I've done that, and I actually presented that at the annual meeting, and that was every third year. I'll explain this a little more later, setting the quota every third year. Limiting change in catch limits from the previous year, I've done that, using a plus or minus 15%. This is a plus 15% up, but a full decrease down. I'll explain all of these, and then a slow up, fast down. So I've basically addressed all of these except the 3015 and the 3010 in the results that I'll show you today. So in these results, sorry.
At the annual meeting, I was sitting and looking at the tables and stuff, and I remember the 15% that we almost never met the objective on that. But if you moved that to about 20 to 21%, you met it almost all the way till you're about 39 SPR. Yeah. So we should be looking at maybe another objective, maybe to move that 15 to 20 and not be anchored on the 15 so much, and then we would meet our objectives.
That's my point of revisiting that objective related to AAV, is do we want to update that to 20%? We would find it would be very different interpretation of the results. But I think that's why it's important to have a little bit of independence of defining your objectives from the results. Otherwise, you can be chasing your tail, I guess, in a way, and saying, oh, well. But if we look at results and we realize, okay, I thought we could achieve these objectives, but we can't. I have to realize that there's just this natural variability or whatever happens, that maybe I'm willing to update my objectives and willing to accept a 20% change every year on average. Yeah, that's a good point. So the 3 performance metrics that I'll report in this presentation, and note that in the MSA Explorer we have lots and lots and lots and lots of performance metrics there for you to take a look at on your own. 3 performance metrics are relative spawning biomass, and this is the measure of stock status. So this is related to the biological sustainability goal. And we want to avoid going below 20% more than 10% of the time. That's based on the objectives when we walked into this meeting. So we can look at this and see how it meets the 5% threshold as well. The AAV is the average annual variability over the medium term. And this is, remember, this is the average percent change in the total mortality limit from year to year. And the objective is to avoid going above 15% more than 25% of the time. Now remember, this is an average over a 10-year period. So some of those years you might see a 25% change, when other years you'd only see a 10% change. And then on average it's a 15%. So something to keep in mind there. This isn't limiting, the objective is not to limit it to 15%. It's on average that's no greater than 15%. And then the total mortality limit is just to maximize the median value. So I'm reporting the metric of the actual median total mortality in the medium term. So here's results that I presented at the annual meeting, and just to walk you through these plots, here's the relative spawning biomass up here. And what I've drawn is the median as the circles for different management procedures. So in red is the 40-20, in black is the 30-20. And then across this horizontal axis, the x-axis, is increasing fishing intensity. So this is the SPR values. Here's 46 SPR, for example. The line coming down on this is a 10% quantile. And the reason I've drawn a 10% quantile, because the objective was to not exceed this 20%, this line here, that then everything is below and is in red, not to exceed that more than 10% of the time. So if this line is in the red, that means we did not meet the objective. And so what you first see is that every management procedure tested here, 40-20, 30-20, this range of SPRs, they all meet the biological sustainability objective. If we were to update this to a 5%, these lines would just get a little bit longer. And so you see, it would probably still meet the objective, even at a really high fishing intensity with these control roles. Another thing you can gain from this plot is you can see at an SPR 46% with this control rule, on average, you would be at about 40% relative spawning biomass for a 30-20. So that would be your target. And this is the concept I was saying, that when you have an SPR, you see your implied target based on that SPR. But if you're defining an objective that says, I want to be at this target, then you would actually look at it in reverse, and you'd go along this line and you say, I want my target to be 45%. We're there, and our SPR is now 50%. So that's the point Dan has been trying to make, or has been making. So that, and that's part of the reason I actually wasn't pushing for a target, but I see that we can incorporate that in different ways if we want. So that's just one objective, the biological sustainability of that conservation objective. The next one is related to variability, and now here we have in the dots the median AAV, and then the line now is a 75% quantile, meaning we do not want the top of this line to be in the red. what you can notice is that all of these management procedures are in the red. So we have not met the objective for any of these management procedures tested. The average AAV was about 16%, even at the lowest fishing intensity here, meaning that 50% of the time, it's above the threshold of our objective. So we're not even close to that 25%. But as Tom noted, you can see the top of this line, it's actually below 20% for many of these, the SPR values across here until you get above 40%. And that was one of the justifications for choosing the range 40 to 46% at MSAB012, was that the AAV seemed to start increasing at a faster rate. You had more chance of higher variabilities once you went beyond an SPR of 40%. Scott?
I must be missing something here. Could you explain why the 30-20 has a lower variation than the 40-20 rule?
Yeah, great question, Scott. So the reason that the variation in the 30-20 is lower, and we have other performance metrics where we're able to look at this specifically, is that in the 40-20, okay, so let's take a look back here. So you're on average around 40% with both of these control rules. So a 40-20 at these SPR values, 50% of the time, you're invoking that ramp. So the ramp, when you're on the ramp, you're actually changing the SPR value. So you're introducing additional variability by being on the ramp. So a 40-20 control rule is on the ramp more often than a 30-20, and that adds that little extra variability to it. And that's why they converge down here, is even the 40-20 is not on the ramp all that often, like it's maybe 5 to 10% of the time at the lowest fishing intensity. So we have not met the stability objective for any of these management procedures, but as Tom noted, if we were willing to accept an average 20%, we would meet it across some of these. And then finally, the last one is the total mortality. This is the total mortality resulting from this management procedure, these different SPR values. And as expected, as you fish harder, you get more yield. Except that yield begins to really flatten out. And I think beyond like 38, 36, you're probably at the top of the yield curve. And if you fished even harder, this curve, because there's a control rule, would actually just flatten out. But if you had no control rule, it would actually start to bend over and your yield would decrease because you would be driving the stock to really low levels. What I've plotted on here are just 90% confidence interval of the 5th and 95% quantiles, just to show you that there's a lot of variability in yield due to this management procedure. And this means in some years, you might see 20 million pounds, and then the stock might build up and you might see 80 million pounds. There's just that inherent variability in the population. So I meant to step through those, but I've said all of that. But this is a real general way to interpret the results. In the MSA Explorer, we have plots that are similar to this, but I've created these outside the Explorer to do some extra stuff to them.
Yeah, are there prescribed procedures when you hit the ramp, exactly what happens, or does it curtail with the slope of the ramp exactly?
Yeah, and that's a really good question. So what happens as stock status goes down in this procedure is the actual SPR value is reduced. So if your stock status is up here, you want to fish at a rate that would produce the spawning potential ratio of, say, 46%, if your procedural SPR is 46%. So the SPR is determining the fishing mortality rate. So there's a SPR and then there's a F associated with that SPR. What happens here when you're on the ramp, you're not, okay, say we're here, it's going to say, oh, let's not fish at 46%, let's now fish at 60% SPR, which would result in a fishing mortality rate that's less.
Is that arbitrary or policy dictated, or did you make assumptions on that, or does the slope of the ramp automatically dictate that you take a certain percentage of what the policy was?
Yeah, so the ramp is just a linear relationship between SPR going from that 46 down to an SPR of 100%. But that was a decision that had to be made. So, for example, at the Pacific Council, their ramp, their vertical axis is actually catch. So they determine the catch first and then linearly reduce the catch. In the North Pacific Fishery Management System, they linearly reduce the fishing mortality rate. So it's just little nuances, and Ian Stewart and I talked a lot about how should we devise this control rule, and given the multiple sectors, the harvest strategy policy document, it was just more intuitive and easiest to have a linear ramp in SPR. What happens is I could draw the actual relationship as it translates into catch or other complex things if wished. But it's a pretty simple relationship just on SPR. Chuck?
Yeah, and on the same question, is that going to be predetermined, already built in, so automatically once you're on that ramp, then you're going to be at that SPR, and it's going to be predetermined drops, and it's just going to be, not going to be discussed at meetings, that is going to be the management control?
No, that is the purpose of being here. We are discussing. So we could make this figure look all sorts of wacky curves and things like that, but I'm suggesting we don't go down that route. What we are discussing here is where these points occur at. So I'm not saying this is how it occurs. I'm saying let's adjust the ramp. Do we want to move it over here so that we're on the ramp more often, say at 40%? Or do we want to move it a little bit to the left so we're not hitting the ramp, we're at 30%? So that is our purpose here, to discuss the points at which, this is what Adam called inflection points, and to discuss exactly where these points occur, and then for me to show you the results, these results, and you can see the consequence of defining those points at different values. So that upper inflection point's either at 40% or 30%. So we have the opportunity to describe the shape in terms of where that linear ramp starts and how steep it is.
Chuck, were you asking about like the annual decision about the catch limits though?
If we're on the ramp,
Mm-hmm.
like we're on the ramp, now is it already marked dropping?
The harvest policy would say yes, that's the recommended harvest rate. But you'll recall in that black and blue and green figure that, I mean, our task here is to develop, the structure of this procedure, but there's still ultimately, we end right where Alan's highlight.
This is the management procedure.
The results that come from this management procedure will inform the mortality table that's being highlighted there. The decisions table still being produced by Ian. Both of those results, from our work as well as the decision table, will be presented to Conference Board, PAG, PAB, SRB. At the annual meeting, the commissioners then make a decision based on all of those different pieces of information. So our process will say, this is policy, harvest policy document says we should harvest at. Commissioners, what's your decision?
And to follow up, some agencies do end it there, and the output of the management procedure sets the catch limit. There is no decision-making process. That decision-making process is sort of moved to the beginning by setting objectives of the management agency.
Michelle.
Thanks. So just to, I think the differences in the questions are relative to what's in the model, how is it being modeled, versus what's done with the product or with the recommendation. So I took the question to be in the model, is it going to follow the slope of that ramp exactly? And so if the stock in a given year is at a point that we would be on the ramp, does the model automatically kick in the SPR for the following year as a result, as if the ramp is followed exactly?
There's no implementation uncertainty right now in your model, correct?
So there is no implementation uncertainty, but there is uncertainty in the estimate of this value. So I did some runs that I called perfect information, or I guess I called no estimation error. And what that said is we knew exactly what the status of the stock was. We could see all the fish out there, and we could determine exactly what percentage were out there. And so we knew exactly where we should be, and the management procedure would set it exactly and reduce it by that exact amount. In the current results with estimation error, which is a big contributor to that variability, annual variability, is that we don't know exactly where we are on here. So sometimes the true status is here, but we actually reduce the fishing rate because we think we're here. But there's no, once we think we're there and the management procedure outputs, that is the result. It doesn't introduce any decision-making process. Okay, so those are the results comparing the 40-20 to the 30-20. Scott highlighted that there's more variability in the 40-20 because we're on the ramp more often. And notice too that the stock is not driven to as low of a level with the 40-20, and that's because the control rule is curtailing fishing. And in fact, what happens here, your procedural SPR might actually be like a 30%, but you're actually going to be operating at a higher SPR on average, and we'll talk about this at the end of this presentation. Do we have a break? Okay, excellent. No, I have a good place to break. Okay. So I'll continue on, and then I'll figure out a good place to break here. So then comparing, we have the same 30-20 as on the previous plot in the black dots, but now I'm looking at a 25-10 control rule. And this is completely intuitive. We drive the stock a little bit lower, 25-10, because we're not invoking that control rule, so we're fishing a tiny bit harder. We're actually approaching that limit at this 30%, and I think if this was 5%, it would actually not meet the objective. The AAV still is above the threshold slightly at low fishing intensities, and very similar because these two are acting pretty much the same in terms of the control rule. They're almost never invoking it, but then they begin to depart as that control rule begins to be implemented for the 30-20 at high fishing rates, and not as often for the 25-10. So the 25-10 definitely has lower variability. So there's two sources of variability coming in the annual yield, and that is from estimation error in the assessment model, as well as being on the ramp of the control rule. Dan.
Interesting to note, if I'm reading this right, if you go to a 25-10 control rule and you still want to keep an F45 as your target, then instead of being able to have a procedural SPR of 50 to achieve the 45, you're looking at a more conservative rate of, according to this, you'd have to actually have your procedural be at 52 to achieve your target harvest rate. That's right. And so if you do go with the 25-10, what this graph is showing is that you may reduce the AAV slightly, but it means you're going to have to take a more conservative harvest rate every year because the potential is you could drive that stock lower at some point. So you're giving up yield every year in return for being able to drive that stock lower to achieve the same target. And that's what my walk away is.
Yeah, I might have a slightly different interpretation that if your target was 45%, I would see this that there is no difference between a 25-10 and a 30-20. There's almost no difference between them. You're invoking that control rule such a small percentage of time you're actually down that low because you're harvesting up at such a low fishing intensity at a high SPR that you're actually, the difference between these two is very minimal because you're not invoking it very often.
My question is then, just assume we had a target of 45 and a 25-10 control rule. What would your procedural SPR be every year?
Yeah, we can look at that with the MSC Explorer.
I think it
would be the same.
52.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, I think it would be the same because they're both producing the same results at these low fishing intensities because they're maintaining the stock above 30 or 25 almost 99% of the time.
But in the 30-20 control rule, that procedural SPR would have been 50, it looked like. to get the same result? I guess maybe you need to try and find out what that number is.
We can with the Explorer, but here I am plotting the 30-20 and the 25-10, and the dots are almost on top of each other at around a 45. So the SPR would be between 50 and 52.
I'm thinking of RSB and the 25, the 30, and the 40. And in my mind, if you're keeping around a 40% spawning biomass, then the population will be healthier because there'll be more spawning going on each year, and there'll be a higher population in the water, as opposed to if you were doing it at a 25%. Is that a fair assessment?
If you're, I'm not sure I completely get the question, but let me see. If you're fishing at higher fishing intensities, the stock is driven slightly lower with a 25, and you saw with a 40, it was kept at a little bit higher. And all that says is, yeah, if you want to measure the health of the stock by status, then you would say the control rules have a difference in the effect on the health of the stock. But in terms of other objectives like maximizing yield, maximum sustainable yield might occur in ranges down to here, where maximum surplus production might occur down here. So there would be more spawning biomass at levels here, but there might be, it might not be the maximum surplus production. And that's why we need multiple objectives. We need, and multiple competing objectives. So we find, you know, we're coming down here, we don't want to get way down here, but we don't want to be up here, and so we're using maximum yield to figure out where we want to be. Okay, so the other way to present these results is with a table, and I'll walk you through this. We have at the top the management procedures going across the columns. So Ian and I have formatted our tables to have similar qualities or be formatted in similar ways with his decision table from the assessment and then these MSE results. So he also presents the management procedures across the top, which in his table are just the SPR, or the total mortality, which has a resulting SPR. And then down the rows are the probabilities, the risk probabilities. And what we have here are two different probabilities related to that objective of maintaining this relative spawning biomass above 20%. And we can go into the details of the difference if you want, but remind you what they are? Yeah. So probability of all is the probability that the event, being less than 20%, occurs in a given year. The probability any is the probability that the event occurs in at least one out of a 10-year period. So it's slightly different probabilities, and what happens is probability any can be greater than or equal to probability of all. So you see they're all pretty much equal here, and other results will see that they start to depart. If we looked over a 1-year period, so that would be the probability that you're below 20% in 1 year out of 1 year, then these two would be exactly the same. So I don't know if that helped or not. But you think about the probability any is it occurs in any year of a 10-year period. These quantities are actually, Piera helped me with ICs in their MSE working groups. They have defined these probabilities. They call them P1 and P2, and they have a third called P3. So I think at the end of this presentation, I've put their definitions in, which I won't present, but it's an extra slide for you to look at if you want. The AAV probability is here, and so yeah, this is the probability it's less than 20%. This is the probability that the AAV, the average annual variability, is greater than 15%. Now, I haven't done a probability any for the AAV because AAV is an average over the years, so it doesn't, you can't actually calculate an any there. It's averaging it over the years. And so you can see all these probabilities are much greater than 25%. And then we look at the median average total mortality, and our objective was to maximize it along there. And so you see as you keep going along, it's pretty much being maximized around here, but it's pretty similar across all of those values. So below, I've ranked. I've put in, did they meet the objectives, and then tried to determine an overall ranking of the best performing management procedure. So did these meet the biological objective? They all did, yes. Did they meet the stability objective? No, none of them did. And then what was the maximum catch in terms of rank? And these ranks are now over the 30-20, 40-20, and 25-10 control rules. So over all of them, and that's why there's a 30 and stuff. And so you can see, out of all the control rules, this one had the fourth highest catch at 32%. But we didn't meet the stability objective, so I don't give it an overall ranking across all management procedures.
Explain what the numbers and maximum catch refer to. Is
That
that relative? You tried 30 different examples and it...
No, this is just simply the yield, the median yield that you observed. Oh, sorry, the blue line. Yeah, that's just, there's 30 different management procedures I tested, and this one was 30th in the rank, so it's actually the lowest. And this was the fourth highest. Did I have another table? So this table now takes just this bottom portion for the three different management procedures, and so it shows you the different rankings. So actually, there's 32, I guess. And the best ranking is this one, the darkest blue, which was the 25-10, but none of them met the stability objective, so none of them get an overall rank. But this had the highest median total mortality of all the management procedures here. But I think between 1, 2, and 3, and probably 4, there was a very small difference. So that's the process, and that's really the idea of management strategy evaluation, is to define your objectives, look at a whole bunch of different management procedures, and then rank them against your objectives to find the best performing management procedure. And so this was the process the commission, that I presented to the commission, and the reason they said this was the management procedure that was the best ranked or best performing of the, whatever their quote was, but it was the #1 ranked on these 3 objectives.
Could you flip back one slide, please? So I'm looking at the median average total mortality row, and it makes sense that as you have a higher fishing intensity going from left to light, the numbers increase until you get to the second from the end, where it jumps up to 53.2, and then the last one jumps back down to 52.8. Could you explain that to me?
Yeah, sure. And if you have a chance to look at the MSC Explorer, take a look at this table with no control rule on it. And so there's 2 reasons that number is less. One reason, it might just, I didn't do enough simulations to accurately calculate the median. And so there might be just simulation error, and it's like a statistics. You don't know the exact value, but it's pretty close. I think probably the real reason that it's starting to go down is, I mentioned this yield curve. And the relationship in fisheries, I'll actually draw this a little bit later when we talk about economic yield. But the relationship is fisheries. If you think about it, if you're not fishing, what's your yield? 0. If you fish the entire stock out, what's your equilibrium yield? Like, what could you take next year? 0, right? So as you fish harder and harder, you start going up, you peak, and then as you fish harder and harder, you start coming down. So what we're seeing is that peak of the yield curve is around 32% in these simulations, which, remember earlier, so the peak of the yield curve is what's called maximum sustainable yield, MSY. And earlier I said from past assessments, it estimates BMSY at about 35 to 40%, which is slightly different than the results I'm getting here. But these have control rules and other things, other complications in there on the yield curve. So that's the process of ranking management procedures, and that's why the commission made the statement this was the best performing. But they looked at now, these are results we've already seen, and I'm going to show you results you have not seen yet. And, okay. Should we go another 5 minutes before breaking? So I looked at a number of different constrained management procedures. Most of these were recommended by the MSAB at MSAB 12. And these are them. What I call max change both 15% is when the management procedure produces a total mortality limit, it says, next year, this is what the management procedure says, the total mortality limit should be 50 million pounds. And in the previous year, it was 25 million pounds. So it says you should increase it by double, basically doubling it. This says, nope, you can only go up 15%. And then vice versa. If it went 50 to 25%, it says you can only go down 15%. So it's taking the output of the management procedure and then constraining it to a maximum amount of change. And it's important, it's after the application of all the control rules, though.
So for Forrest and Chuck, your questions earlier about when we go down the ramp, are you stuck at that? This would override the ramp. If we went from high on the ramp, we should get a certain amount, and the next year we go way down the ramp, this would constrain the change to say, actually, you've gone too far down, you're going to only change your catch limit by that amount.
But once we hit the ramp, doesn't that change the dynamic and it throws everything out the window and you do what's necessary to constrain catch?
Not with this.
Yeah.
I think you get the point, but yes. So, these constraints override the whole control rule.
In thinking about this a little bit more, if we were to really put together a management procedure for this, invoking a constraint, we might want to think about if there is a point where we do want to even override the constraint. So a little bit more thought. But for right now, this completely overrides the output of the whole management procedure, including the ramp. So max change both is constraining 15% in both directions. Max change 20 is constrained by 20% in both directions. And the reason I did this 20% is that AAV is an average, 15%. So I wanted to see, can we actually lessen the constraint and still meet the 15% objective? Of course.
And this is no more than 25% of the time?
That's the objective. That's correct. And so when we look at the results, so the max change both applies every single year. Well, actually, only if the max change would have been greater than 20%. So if the change from one year to the next is only 5%, this constraint doesn't get invoked because it's less than 20% or 15%. The max change up is only a constraint if you're increasing the total mortality, and it takes the full recommendation going down. So it's a one-way constraint.
What does that mean? You can't climb the ramp, or is the ramp still gone? Like, in other words, you can only climb a certain amount that you could actually fall down?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question there?
Oh, right, yeah. So what does that mean for the ramp? If you're coming up or down the ramp, if you're decreasing and you're going down the ramp, you can curtail catch quickly. But if you're coming back up the ramp and it's saying you're actually doing good, it says, let's take this easy, let's take it slow to make sure that we're actually at an increase in the biomass. So it's a little bit more conservative approach, precautionary approach. And all of these constrained management procedures I test use only the 30-20 control rule. I didn't test any other control rules. Some other ones that I tested were slow up, fast down, as recommended by the MSAB 12 report. And this one is different than a maximum constraint. So the slow up, fast down always constrains the change in the total mortality every single year, whether it's a 1% increase or a 100% increase. And the way that it does that is it says the total mortality limit that comes out of the management procedure, let's only go a third of the way to that recommended management procedure. So if the change is 3% up, it would only take a 1% change up. If it's, and then on the opposite direction, going down, it says, let's not go all the way down, let's go half of the way down to the recommended value from the procedure. I have some plots that will hopefully help explain this too.
So this also overrides
Yes. All of these override the ramp.
They override the whole control rule.
Yeah, the entire harvest control rule. So this is, let's not take the actual recommendation of the management procedure, but act slowly in either direction.
The real difference is that this provides a smoothing in every year.
Yes.
Whereas the 15% constraint only provides a smoothing when the variability gets above 15%.
Exactly. Michelle?
So, Alan, did you look at all at modeling the status quo? So where you had mentioned that the change had been 6 point something, 7% or less in the past, and I don't know, I guess, so a few questions just come to mind of whether or not that 7% was consistently in the same direction. Does that only get invoked, back to Chris's question, in a conservative manner, or is it both ways? And then, if we were to model with a constraint of 7%, what would the results look like?
Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, I drew that 6.7 or 7% off the top of my head from analysis I did a long time ago, and Ian reminded me this morning that he actually did look was it at the last MSAB meeting? Did you actually present that? I think you did. Yeah, and he looked at what the change in the limit, in the mortality limits were over the years, and what he found is that, reminded me that this AAV is an average, and the 6-7% I calculated was an average over a long period of time when, probably catch limits were a little more stable. What he found is over a 10-year period, it might have been an average of 10%, one of the periods you looked at, but some of the years it changed by 25, even maybe more percentage, and then other years it maybe changed 2 or 3%. So on average it's 10%. So I think modeling status quo might be challenging in that, but we can easily look at changing the maximum change to 7%, 5%, no percent, which would be constant catch, right? And we can look at those things. That's the great thing about management strategy evaluation. All right. So and then sorry, Peggy.
Thank you. In looking through this, I was wondering if there's ever been a statistical way to create management procedures that are qualified by other things, so that we've got many options here, and I'm just asking if anyone's ever seen using a suite of management procedures only if a separate suite of conditions are applying at that time, which would really give us a lot more flexibility, but it would be a lot harder to figure out.
We can, actually, you can think of the harvest control rule as doing that already, because if the conditions are you're in the cautious or critical zone, your management procedure is different. Your SPR is different than if you're in the healthy zone. So you can look at it at that different angle, and we are operating in a different way based on what the status of the stock is. But yeah, we can develop management procedures that say if this condition is this, then we operate this way. If this condition is this, we operate that way.
Yeah, I was thinking more of a whole suite of criteria that we would apply different management procedures, and not categories of them, but we would be able to pick and choose given certain things. And the climate change is one reason why this came to mind. Bycatch would be another reason this would come to mind. There's so many variables that we don't have a lot of control over. So if these were forces that were affecting the population dynamics, we would be able to have more flexibility than if there was only one criteria, which was what the population is right that year.
Yeah, and we can do that. It just makes the management procedure more complex and hard to understand. And as long as we can codify it into our program, and then we can test it. But part of doing the management strategy evaluation also is understandability of the management procedure, agreeing on a management procedure, and the more complex the management procedure is and the harder it's to understand, often makes it more difficult to just make that as a comfortable management procedure for stakeholders to accept.
I was just gonna say, Peggy, I think that's a really interesting idea. And I understand what Alan is saying about complexity, but I don't think it has to be complex in a way that is hard for people to understand necessarily. It's just kind of a flow chart type of concept, yeah? So that could be developed further.
I would like to add one clarification, or maybe it's contrarian, but I would say you don't have multiple procedures. You don't pick and choose your procedure as you go along. The point of management strategy evaluation is you define a procedure. It may be very complex to account for a range of different scenarios, but you pick a procedure that's robust to those scenarios. Climate change, yes. Climate change, no. Bycatch high, bycatch low. You don't pick and choose your procedures as you go through time, but some things that we didn't consider in the procedure, which actually is another part of the policy at home, is the harvest control rule has that shape depending on stock status, but there's also considerations based on stock trajectory. So if you're near the limit reference point in the critical zone and the trajectory is low, you're even more risk averse than if you're at the limit reference point and the stock trajectory is positive. And so I think that's something that we haven't considered, but would be useful. If we're in the healthy zone and the stock is still growing, you can fish harder than if you're right near the ramp and you're on a declining trend.
Or it might not be those same criteria. It might be something more along what Peggy was talking about, relationships with climate or relationships with bycatch or, other specifications.
Not just stock trajectory, other environmental factors. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, and that's the fun of this too, is developing management procedures. Okay, so the other procedure is slow up, full down, which is the same as fast down, except when the total mortality limit decreases, you take the full decrease, not a half a decrease. So again, it's that sort of one-sided smoothing algorithm. A few more. I looked at just capping the total mortality at 60 million pounds, which is let it do what it does, but if the management procedure says you can take over 60 million pounds, nope, it's going to just cap it at 60 million pounds. And then I did that cap at 80 million pounds. That should be cap 80 there. And then the final one is multi-year, where you set the total mortality limit every third year. So that invokes some sort of smoothing. But it then can change drastically in that third year. And another note from the MSAB report was the AAV might not be appropriate measure here, and I did calculate at the annual meeting the actual change every third year from that. And I can't remember if I have it in this presentation, but I can drag that up. So one last thing before we take a break, if that's okay, this is sort of a hypothetical example of what these different constrained management procedures might look like, with the black being no constraint, the blue line being multi-year limits. So you see there's these flat spots in it. Every third year it's flat. There's some weird, those are just flat, but they're changing so little. And then the max change of 15%. So you see when it wanted to change by a big amount, it actually changed by a small amount. This is hypothetical, but you can see it shows you the relationship between them. And sometimes, this note here, it said, oh, I think we should take a big change, and it took that big change and set it for a while, whereas the other management procedures weren't quite as drastic. And this one said we need to go up, and it set it for a while, and then it had to take a big down because it might have been incorrect or something like that. And then so just to try and help you understand what these constraints mean, and then we'll look at the results and see the results on the objectives.
Just a clarifying question. So, sorry again on this all or any, but is that 15% change from the left side to the right? Or is it 15% every year?
It's a maximum of 15% change every year. So these are not results. These are just the total mortality limit how it would respond to these different management procedures. And so think about it. So, for example, if we look here, you know, these procedures, the black says, okay, reduce it to there, and the max change 15% said, okay, that's not 15%, so I'm going to take the full change. But then when we got to here, the black said, you need to take a big drop in your catch limit, whereas the 15% said, you need to take a big drop, but I'm not going to let you go more than 15%.
Yeah, that was good. And then further to the right, you see a really long, slow decline on the yellow line. And that was a maximum every year for a while.
Yeah, the yellow line all the way is, so it might be, I get it. It might be invoking that maximum change quite a bit here. Right, so it is, it's probably doing the 15s and trying to catch up with that one. And that's what it's doing. As Dan said, it's a smoothing algorithm, basically. And so it's matching the black, but it's not going to the extremes.
Have you actually tried laying this over, say, the last 20 years' quotas? See how it would look if these constraints were in real life?
Yeah, I have not, but that would be an interesting analysis to do.
That's what you were asking earlier, Michelle, right? Yeah. So again, just to make sure everyone's clear, this plot is just a reference to demonstrate how constrained management procedures would smooth the catch. So this is, just for example, say it's a 30-20 control rule with an SPR of 40. That's the black line. The blue line is saying, okay, it's an SPR 40, a 30-20 control rule, but we only set the catch limit every 3 years. So you see these steps. The yellow line is saying it's a 30-20 control with a 40% SPR, but if that control rule ever says the catch limit should change by more or less than 15%, you only get 15%. So yellow looks just like the black, but less drastic. It's been smoothed out. Blue has these stair steps.
Just what is the scale of the time horizon that are we looking at there? I'm just trying to get a feel for how many years you simulated out into the future so you can get an idea of,
This is purely hypothetical, really, this plot.
I mean, so looking at the big drop in the black in the middle just before the time that Peggy was talking about, where it's, for a significant period of time, it's differing from the yellow line. So that means that everywhere along that slope, there's probably many years in a row where the change was more than 15%. It's not just going from one point to the bottom. There's actually a lot of time points in there. And then the flat spots on the blue line are not just a 3-year increment. That could be several decades where it stayed essentially the same. I'm just trying to get a feel for.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 3-year period there. So every bump in the black is 1 year. And so you can see that's 3 years. So this is probably a 10-year period going from there to there. But it couldn't take that big change. And what happened was the stock actually looks like a stock declined there for a while. So, for example, here, this could have been just error in setting that catch limit, which it smoothed through. Here, it actually needed to take the action, and it took it slower, and so it needed to go to a lower level, rebuild the stock up, and then start back onto the black line. And that's the sort of trade-offs that we want to look at with these constraints are what's the risk to the stock and what's the difference in the yield.
That big drop still doesn't make a lot of sense where if it went from one point to the low point in a year.
Here?
And no, the next one over.
Here.
Yeah, so the black went from high to low there. It seemed like, and the yellow wouldn't have caught up, but when the black came back up, the yellow shouldn't have continued going down because it's on a each year basis.
The yellow continued to go down because it was actually over harvesting up here. It needed to go down further to rebuild the stock. Yeah, it was too slow. So it's an interesting example because it shows here that it actually worked. It smoothed through probably the error, but here it didn't actually catch up fast, but it eventually caught up.
And if you look at the whole graph, none of these management procedures help to bring us back to where we were at the beginning. Of course, there's a lot of questions on that. Is that possible to even do that? But it looks like we've been overfishing a little bit on that, if we just look at that.
I wouldn't say we're overfishing. I mean, I don't know how I created this hypothetical example to begin with, but I think what I would interpret that as a change in productivity, or the fish are smaller now, you know, whatever it is, so.
Yeah. So Alan, is this a good time to take a break then?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Well, I think it's a 15-minute break, so we'll come back at about 11.
there might be a couple of issues. It asks you to reload every once in a while. Yeah, if it asks you to reload, refresh, but all your settings you got to redo. It's a bit annoying. If it's a problem, I can just put it on the screen and walk through the examples and drive it myself. So. Okay, good. Thank you.
We could.
Yeah.
That's very helpful, but I was also remembering the hypothetical, and I know it was completely hypothetical except for the relationship between the three lines. And when I looked at that, I saw that to me, it seemed clear that the multi-year always left more fish in the water, or almost always left more fish in the water. So in ranking these performance measures, it seems like that would be a consideration.
Yeah, from the actual results, I think it's showing maybe a slightly different story in that the median seems to be slightly higher. So it is actually catching, it's saying more often you would have a higher yield. And so these are the results I would trust. The other ones, there's a lot of interpretation from your eye as well.
Okay, yeah.
And then the biomass is actually less as well.
Yeah, okay.
So does the MSC Explorer seem to be working for people? The operator's not working, or that? Oh. Really? And so remember, do not use Edge. Use like Chrome or Firefox or an Explorer. Okay. Is anybody able to get it to work?
So if you're on it, can you put up your hand just so we can get a sense kind of who's there? Oh, it's quite a few. Okay. I was going to say, if we're getting issues with too many folks on it, perhaps we could just have one computer on it in a smaller breakout group. But it looks like it's okay for now.
About. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that we can do that even if we stop now. Okay, so I think it might be best for me to just finish. Sure. It's almost done. No, I still have your question answered. So I think what's best is I'm going to finish the presentation, and then we'll probably have a half an hour to either use the MSC Explorer tool, but I think we want to have a discussion about whether the MSAB would like to update their recommendation on a management procedure related to coast-wide scale. So continuing on, this is some concepts that Piera and Ian and myself have been working on, and to be honest, we've actually been working on this since Friday. So it's, we're just sort of wrapping our own head around this. So just a recap of what SPR is. It's the ratio between spawning biomass per recruit when you're fishing divided by the spawning biomass recruit when you're not fishing. So again, 100% means no fishing. And holy cow, I uploaded the wrong thing. Aw, dang it. Yeah, oh well. I'll do my best. So I uploaded the wrong presentation. We modified it this morning. Sorry, Pierre and Ian. We had this really done well. So I'm going to have to explain it best I can. So there's three different types of SPRs. We talked about the procedural SPR, which is the SPR that you input into the harvest rule. And I'm just going to throw it up here now. The procedural SPR is this box in the harvest rule. And that is what that maximum fishing intensity that we saw. So that might be like your 46 SPR. There's what we're calling an applied SPR, which takes into account the entire management procedure. And what that means is that the control rule, for example, is now applied. So we have this procedural SPR, which is 46%, but sometimes we reduce the fishing intensity, increase SPR because we're at a low stock state. So the actual resulting SPR coming out of the management procedure is not the procedural. Sometimes it might be 52, whereas the procedural is 46. Sometimes it might be 46 coming out of the management procedure. The other part of this is there's estimation error on that x-axis that we saw earlier, the stock status, so that causes some difference in the applied SPR. But what's really important is that there's a realized SPR. There's an SPR that we're realizing given all the variability in the control rule in the process, in the management procedure as well as the operating model. And this is what Carey was referring to, is, you know, we go to the annual meeting and we realize we were not actually harvesting at the target, the procedural SPR. Ian presented, I think, 2 years ago, he said, oh, we were harvesting at SPR 42%, and then, oh, actually we were at a 48%. So there's that variability from year to year. And that's normal. We just don't know what's out there perfectly. So we have to accept that variation. And we can actually look at these 3 different things in the MSE results, and it's very insightful. So here sorry, go ahead, Forrest.
So is that just in hindsight because the Fishery Independent Survey said that we had so we started the season out fishing what we thought was SPR 46, but given the stock change from the survey, then we get a different result. Is that?
That's part of it. And I'd say a lot of it is just the uncertainty in what the stock's doing in next year and 2 years and 3 years from now. And that is basically, for example, right now, we're uncertain about the 2011 and 2012 year classes. And so depending on what the estimates of those year classes are, we might think that we can harvest this way or that way. And then with the update of the data, as you said, we get a slightly different picture. And we said, oh, well, this is what the stock looked like. Now we're on this end. So yeah, it has a lot to do with the data collection and how the model interprets the data and estimates the uncertainty in those data. And I just want to point out, when you do look at the decision table at the top, there's total mortality, and then there's SPR value, or an FSPR value, and then there's also a range on the SPR. And that's the uncertainty that Ian is saying. I'm telling you this is the target 46, but I'm not certain that it's actually 46. It could be 30 to 56, for example. So he's actually been presenting that for many years now. And what we found in the MSE results is that the MSE results are consistent with that and give us a really good picture of what we might see with these different management procedures. So what this plot is across a couple of input SPRs, 48, 46, and 44, with the 30-20 and a 40-20 control rule. This vertical axis, the y-axis, is the median average SPR. That's what the dots are. So it's plotting the average SPR over a 10-year period and then showing that variability over all the different simulations. So what we can interpret is, first notice the median average SPR, the dots, is a little bit higher for something like a 48. For the 40-20 control rule, it's up about 51 or 52. So that's that's your applied SPR. The dots you can think of as the applied SPR. So there's your procedural SPR on the x-axis. Now the dots are the applied SPR, and those are typically higher than the procedural SPR because we're applying the control rule. But for the 30-20 control rule, it's closer to the procedural because we're not invoking the control rule as often. But what's really interesting here is the realized SPR. And this is the range of SPRs that you might realize given this management procedure. And so you see, it could be, you have a procedural SPR 46, but with the 40-20 control rule, you might be at a 45, or you might be up at a 58%. 30-20, you might be down 42, as high as 55. So that's just the uncertainty in the system. And I think this is a really interesting concept to get, because not only do we see what the management procedure is producing, but we relate that back to the assessment and realize that we're not harvesting perfectly in this system because there is uncertainty. And so another quick example here is looking at the constraints. We can see the different applied SPRs again, the procedural SPR, and then the realized SPR, is for like the multi-year, it has a very large range because now we're fixing that catch limit for a 3-year period, and the SPR can be jumping around all over the place in that 3-year period. So I think that's the end of that, yeah.
Go back. I'm having a hard time picking up the yellow color.
Yeah, no, it's not easy to see the yellow. In terms of the SPR, yes, and the reason is that the constraint actually makes you deviate from the procedural SPR more often again.
I was looking at other metrics, and it seemed to be hard to pick up a difference between the non-constraint and the constraint.
Yes.
As far as performance.
Except in stability. That's the biggest difference.
Yeah. How important is that?
Exactly. So, yeah, that'll lead into our objectives discussion after lunch. So, anyways, I just want to point this out, and this is actually an example from MSC Explorer. Did you have a question? No. Just point this out. This is an example from MSC Explorer, and just want to show you how you can do this in MSC Explorer. So if you get the website up, and maybe we can work in groups if people want to reduce the load on the server. On the left column, and really thanks to Steve Barikoff, he really improved this over what we saw at MSAB013. It's much slicker now, and he definitely put a lot of improvement into it. It's really good. On the left, we have different tabs up here you can look at, like the table or the plots and the trade-offs, and Pierre has now added trade-off plots for you, Adam. And so really the table plots and trade-offs are important ones to look at. Here's where you choose your management procedures, the control rules, the SPR, and then there's going to be a whole bunch of constraints listed under this box. And you can look at different time periods, being long, medium, or short term, and then get into expert. And I expect you all to be experts, so we can check the expert box. When you check that expert box, it's going to show you a whole bunch of now performance metrics, and this is a really, really long list. And there's one called median average RSB and median average SPR. If you check that median average SPR, you'll see those plots like we showed in the previous slides. If you scroll way, way, way down, now I've put in quantiles for anything that starts with median. I have now the 5th, 95th, 25th, 5th, 95th, 25th, 75th percent quantiles or percentiles that you can plot on that plot. And this helps you gauge the variability in there. So that's pretty useful, and that's way down on the performance list thing. This actually puts its own separate plot. Let's see if there's a way to do it up here. I'll show you. So anyways, you choose those management procedures in those performance metrics here, and then you can look at the table. And you can see up here, you have your input SPR, which is the procedural SPR. These are your management procedures across the top. This is all 30/20 and 40/20. And then down here, all the performance metrics that you've selected. Here's the quantiles of the SPR that you selected and the median average SPR, as well as some other ones. The more you select, the bigger this table gets. So yeah, that's your applied SPR, and those are your range of potentially realized SPRs. And then just to mention on the plots page, you'll see on the right, there's some check boxes that you can check to show, going the wrong way here, to show the, to show these confidence intervals. So now you can plot these confidence intervals for any of these metrics, these statistics of interest as well. So a lot of improvements to the tool that I think are going to be very helpful in that. Let's see, and so here's the Explorer address. And I'm not sure what people want to do for a plan, but I'll leave it up to the co-chairs.
So we have half an hour. I think it would be worthwhile to have folks explore the Explorer for a little bit. If you feel more comfortable working in groups, that might be a good idea, given that we can lessen some of the load on the server. There's a lot of data within here, a lot of information. So my suggestion is start with a procedure that you think is your best, your favorite procedure. Pick that procedure, pick a few of your performance metrics, probably based on our objectives, but a few other things you think might be of interest, and see that you can get those plotted up or those tables up, then start adding complexity from there. So your second choice procedure, or what you think is going to be the worst procedure, and see how much better your choice was, how good your crystal ball is. Maybe we can start with that, and for our objective for this first 30 minutes is make sure we're all comfortable and figure out how the tool actually works.
I was wondering, Adam, if we want to come back and just have a couple-minute discussion just before lunch. So maybe work on our own for 20, 25 minutes, and then we'll just have a small roundup before we break for lunch.
You can even put people on the spot and flag your one takeaway, your one interesting result per group.
Sure.
And then, if you choose only one procedure on that left, it'll actually fail. You have to have at least two in there. So, you know, keep like a range of SPRs and look at different control rules and constraints or something like that. And then on the agenda for tomorrow morning, 9:30 to 10, is a half an hour to revisit the results of the closed loop simulations. And that's on purpose so people can go away tonight and have a chance to look at things as well. And then just a reminder, after lunch, we'll go back and revisit objectives.
Is it a feature of the tool where you're going to see whether you've achieved the biological or fishery sustainability goal? I mean, will it populate, green or no?
We haven't implemented that in yet. If you think it's something useful, we can definitely work on that.
Yeah, it'd be hugely useful for me because I don't understand the data enough to know whether I'm meeting.
I mean, it would be nice to have the plots and the tables like I presented able to come out of.
Like a scorecard, like the rate,
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what we're driving for, right? We're trying to meet those criteria.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Got it?
All right, welcome back, everyone. I always let Alan get seated here. I didn't notice too many laptops though, but was anyone else have any thoughts over lunch before we get into the objectives discussion that might inform the objectives discussion? Or maybe we'll just go right over to Alan in 5.1.
Okay, I don't have a presentation for this specific thing, because it's just revisiting what we did yesterday. If needed, we can bring up the presentation of objectives yesterday, and walk through that. But one thing I thought might be useful, if the members think so, and the chairs, is that, would you like a real 3 to 5 minute, explanation of, MEY and MSY? Okay. All right, this thing seems to be working. I'm gonna erase this because I think we have all that. In this way? Yep. I'm just gonna come front here. I'm probably gonna get in Chuck's way now. That's pretty funny. Have to get out of the light. Get back. All right, so really quickly here. This is fun, and Ian and Pierre tell me where I go wrong. All right, we have yield up here, right? So we have yield on this axis, and we typically want higher yield. And we have effort on this axis. I'm drawing backwards here. This is why I'm not a lecturer. So we have effort along here, so increasing effort out there, and yield. So I asked Scott earlier, what happens to yield if you have no effort? It's 0, right? And what happens to yield if you have really, really, really high effort? It's going to go back to 0. So this is an equilibrium concept. What you would expect year after year after year if you did the same thing and you did not have any variability in the population. So the relationship between yield and effort, it has to connect between these two, and it's sort of a parabola shape, something like that. We'll just work with this shape right now. So this concept where yield is the highest, that is called MSY, maximum sustainable yield. And that's an easy concept to get, and then you draw that down. And that you can think of as the F. That gives you MSY. So that's FMSY. The effort level that gives you MSY, and that might be FSPR equals 46%.
Hey, Alan, it just might be me and my bad eyesight, but I need binoculars for the writing.
The combination of that and the fact that I write really, really, really small, that's why I type. So let me draw it again. Just real quick. Effort, parabola, MSY. So this is effort. I'll stand out of the way. And F, MSY. If you guys keep laughing at me, I'm going to make you come up and do this stuff. So,
Say it's a better parabola now.
What's that? It's a better parabola now. Yes, that's right. Yes. Okay, so we have a FMSY. We have a fishing rate, or think of it as an SPR, that would produce the maximum sustainable yield. Now, let's bring in a little bit of economics here. And I'm not an economist, and I'm not going to pretend I'm an economist,
But let's say that we have the cost associated with fishing. What's the cost of fishing when you have no effort? There's no cost. And this is really simplistic. Let's not go into details. There might be some intercept jump or something for getting in, but let's just say the cost of fishing increases, something like that, when as effort increases. So this line is the cost of fishing. So what do you think is the right term revenue? Difference between whatever it is, how much you actually take home, right? You get, profit maybe. So you have a yield, you earn so much money from that yield, gross, and then the difference between that line of the cost, you have to subtract the cost out of what you earn. That's your earnings, or what you gain, your gross level, your cost. And so that's your profit. So where do you think your profit would be maximized on this figure? Probably more something like this, because that's the biggest, the largest difference between the cost and the revenue. And that's why this location is now called MEY, the maximum economic yield. So that's the real simple introduction of what MSY and MEY. And notice that MEY occurs at a lower effort level because your costs are different. And then there's this parabola shape to the actual profit or gross revenue. Peggy?
So this diagram is only for users, so harvesters and processors or anglers, but it's not for communities. Okay.
That's where it gets complex, is bringing in the socioeconomics of this. So yeah, this is real simplistic stuff. This has been around for decades. But the concept of maximum economic yield, so the thing that I'm trying to get across here is there's a difference between trying to maximize yield and trying to maximize economics. And then as Chuck has been saying, maybe we want to optimize economics. Maybe there's a difference between maximizing and optimizing and then bringing in social aspects. But for now, if we work with this concept of maximum sustainable yield, maximum economic yield, you reduce the effort to actually increase your profits from the fishery, which is why Dan was saying if we go to a BMEY of whatever, we might be recommending a harvest rate of SPR 50%. So something lower. And what happens at the lower effort, the lower the effort, the higher the biomass as well, right? So that's the economics, not even 101, but kindergarten economics, because that's all I know. But so I think working in this concept of maximizing economic yield is very common in fisheries now, and a lot of recommendations to ditch MSY. I've been saying that since the 70s. But we are trying to maximize economics and social return. So if we can do that instead of this, and right now the harvest strategy policy is using a similar relationship to this that says in fisheries and all the work that's been done, it's typically about 1.2 times the BMSY or back off to a level of B45%. Yeah.
And on this does not even come close to talking about the maximum benefit to the country, which is a consideration under Magnuson-Stevens, but we're not guided by that, so this doesn't come close. Okay.
Well, it does in a sense. I think the Magnuson-Stevens Act talks about optimal yield, and they, from my understanding, and I'm not an expert on this at all, that it is not specifically defined what optimal yield is, and that's just indicating that optimal yield may not be maximizing yield. It may not be maximizing yield. Optimal yield may be different than that, considering economics, social factors, and all those other things. And so this is really a simple way, before we get an economist at IPHC, and during this day at this meeting, that we can begin to address social, economic, rather than just maximizing yield. And that's why the harvest strategy policy talks about net economic returns and, maximum economic yield.
You know, I appreciate that. I think the one big difference in this, the more complicating factor, is that cost curve. And if you think about the 3,000 different halibut users that are going to have to get averaged together to come up with a cost curve, you realize that that adds a whole lot of complexity. There may be many boats that have a much flatter cost curve than what you're seeing there, in which case the maximum economic yield will be closer to MSY. And there may be some boats that have a much steeper cost curve, in which case you'd want to go even lower for them. And so as you go down this road, you know, I think it's adds a whole level of complexity and which segment of the fleet's cost structure you're trying to optimize for.
And so at this point in time, we really don't have that analysis. So that's why proxies are often used in these processes and in fisheries management in general.
I mean, is there any example where if they use MEY, where they don't use anything but proxies?
So they don't use proxies? Well, I know there have been economic analyses in fisheries, but I'm not certain right now.
On MEY? On estimating MEY?
There were a couple of papers, and it's been a long time since I've read them, so I can't quite remember, but there was a lot of work being done on this, you know, a decade ago or so, and maybe more and so now, but I just haven't been that up to date in the fisheries economics field, but I can definitely talk to people and get more info on this. Well, when we bring in economists, we'll have a really good source to understand this stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, as Alan said, I think with our economists coming on board, hopefully in a couple of months, we'll be able to brief the MSAB a little bit better at the meeting in October. There certainly are a number of fisheries, usually higher productivity species, that have maximum economic yield as a precise number, and the northern prawn fishery in Australia is an example of that. And so it's really a matter of defining the nature of the fishery sectors. And so while you may not have an overall MEY figure, and you might have to use a proxy for a coastwide, if you were to break it up within stock, you may well be able to come up with maximum economic yield estimates for sub-portions of that population, depending on the fishery and the sector, and the unique requirements and attributes of that sector. Cheers.
Yeah, and I maybe ignorance, and so in this process, and also even within Canada, you know, we've looked at, you know, economic arguments to different groups and stuff, and it's never been very satisfactory because they're so comparing so different things. And so I guess I'm sort of asking with this process, with the MSAB process, kind of what does the Secretariat kind of look like where they want to get out of this? Because I read the strategy sort of document, the short one, the concise one. You know, it talks about, you know, maximizing economic yield, but that's a really nebulous kind of term like we just talked about. So I guess I'm just, the economist, but I'm just kind of going like, what do we think we want to try to get out of this?
I think it's really the objective. Would we rather maximize the yield or maximize the economic return of this? And the social, whatever it is. And if the objective is to maximize the return, the economics and the social aspect of that, we probably want to move our biomass target a bit above what the maximum sustainable yield target would be. And so this is really meant to talk about what a target should be. And right now, I think using a proxy is the way to go. And as far as we can develop that proxy as 1.2 times what BMSY would be, which would be in the range of 40 to 45%, I think.
One other, so this discussion has been mostly around whether or not MEY or MSY would be preferable, but to Dan's comment, I mean, they could be the same value, or I mean, why could be large? No, they could be the same. They could be very close. Another point, though, that I think Alan you'd raised on the first day was, and I mean we've talked about a number of times here, is why MSY is not something we should necessarily be targeting, and the idea of pretty good yield being better because of the consequences of overshooting MSY. I mean, in terms of long-term sustainability management, it's better to be a little bit under MSY than a little bit over. And it's given how difficult it is to estimate MSY, this idea of pretty good yield is something that's more robust than trying to get right on that point. So I think it's going to be a bit difficult to try to disentangle these two I want to say goals or objectives, but the idea that going right for MSY is probably not what we should be looking for. We want to be looking for something that's maybe a little bit short of that.
Yeah, and does pretty good yield make sense to everybody? I think one of the ways that we talk about pretty good yield is like on this plot right here, we would maybe draw something through 75% of MSY, and any catch limit that's above there is kind of pretty good yield. So it gives you like given that we don't know exactly what MSY is, we're estimating it and there's some uncertainty about it. Sort of if you chop it off there, then you're maybe both getting closer to MEY and you're sort of, you've gotten in the ballpark is the idea.
In the data we know from Alan's simulation that showed F38 ranks potentially the highest, which might be something close to MSY, then is our current harvest policy target of F42 or F43 backing off from that and in that pretty good MSY range.
Yeah, that's a fair interpretation, I would say. And from the MSD results, we found that the maximum sustainable yield from these simulations, as I've set them up, is probably, we've seen them, they're probably occurring in the FSPR 30s, where that yield curve starts to flatten out, is what I was showing earlier. You're just not gaining any more yield. With that, we could say, okay, these simulations show that we're maximizing yield around an F30 whatever, and that to maximize economics, we might want to back off of that. So there's really two ways to look at this, and the way we looked at it before this meeting was we had three primary objectives, and then we could say, given the management procedure we chose, the biomass would be at this target, right? If we chose a target SPR of 42%, with the 30-20 control rule, our biomass on average would fluctuate around 37 or 38%, I think, something like that, right? Yeah, okay, 36.7%. And that is the target then. That's the resulting target. If now we look at it differently and we say we want to have these three primary goals plus a target, now you can go to those plots and you can say, okay, given those objectives, this is the SPR we choose. So if we have a target of 36.7%, then our SPR now is 42%, right? So it's almost like, which one are we choosing, the target or the SPR, and how do the objectives feed into that?
Modifying our objectives to include a new objective that creates a target for us. And, I guess what I was wrestling with over lunch is in October, we went through the process of saying, what is the harvest policy that makes the most sense to us? And we came up with essentially a target of F42 or F43 that's going to result in all the positive benefits we looked at in terms of yield, variability, and all those statistics of interest, time on the ramp, and that kind of stuff. And that policy results in a residual spawning biomass of 36.7. And so what new information do I have in front of me today to say that we should be, that 36.7 isn't the right answer to be the target, and instead we should say, let's pick one of 40. So I don't have any information in front of me to say why I would want to pick a different residual spawning biomass number than the one that results from the thought process we had in December. And I can see if, when we get some cost data or someone actually puts in a data point of what MEY is, we may want to consider whether that should become a new target. But until we have that, I think the change to hit a new target of, MEY of F45 means going to a conservative harvest policy of F50, which we rejected last fall because of all the all of the reasons we went through last fall. And so I guess I'm trying to understand what is the information we have in front of us today that says, the residual spawning biomass that results from our decision in October was the wrong one, and we want to check something different today.
And what I would like to get at is clearly defining the objectives that got us to that target SPR 42, 43%. And I never found that it was clearly defined why people were uncomfortable going less than a FSPR 40%, which was very interesting result to me. When we did the survey, I didn't fill out a card, but if I was to fill out a card, I would have recommended probably a 36% SPR and a much wider range than anybody, but nobody put less than 40% on any of that survey, which I know, yeah. So I think the key there is what are the objectives that we are using to choose the management procedure? And what I think the goal of revisiting these objectives, now we've seen results, do we want to add some objectives to our primary list, or even highlight, maybe we have a primary and a secondary list, do we want to update the objectives that we currently are working with that we did use to or the MSAB used to make their recommendation at MSAB 12? And if you would like, I can put up the slides that I presented yesterday.
I was going to say, so I thought Per had his hand, and then Peggy. While we have these questions, would it be possible to bring up, and maybe with the Explorer with the slides, what the results were for the procedure that we recommended in October? So the AAV depletion and yield plots for SPR 42, 43%.
Oh, we kind of drifted away from it now, but doesn't our smoothing, factors we threw in there, slow up, fast down, and or 15%, don't these address this issue? Act as a buffer to keep it closer to the MEY.
I think the smoothers addressed the issue with AAV, that none of the procedures we looked at met the AAV objective. But I think what Alan was saying was the MSAB recommended a less intense SPR value than, like, we could have picked a more intense fishing level and still met our objectives. So what caused us to put a recommendation that ratcheted things back? Was it AAV? And we dealt with that with the smoother? Well, or was there something else?
Yeah, I was just saying, my point was the smoothers do lower the fishing intensity. And as far as the MEY, that's, you can't set that fleet-wide. I mean, that's individual, individual businessmen's, my expenses are certainly different than somebody else's expenses to run a boat, and that's a decision I make. That can't be done statewide.
It can be done in a general sense, though, on the fishery in general, but it does take a lot of recognition that there's variability and differences between stakeholders, sectors, areas, all of that.
To Alan's question, why did anybody take less than 40? Because if you think about the risk tables, anything more than 20 million pounds, we were going to be 50% over reducing the stock trend next year. And at 40%, we were not over 99%. We're going to reduce the stock trend.
But that's the tactical decision about this year. I think the question is, at the October meeting, MSAB 12, we recommended an FSPR value that was less intense than what we could have. So not thinking of the risk tables.
No,
that you
I'm just saying, but the risk tables are in the back of my mind, because I remember with risk tables, and yeah, we can fish at a higher intensity, but I also know the risk tables, you know, we're gonna be driving the stock down. And if we're trying to keep the stock at 41 or 43, then by going higher intensity, we're gonna clearly push those down. And so, I mean, I don't make decisions here without thinking about those risk tables in the back of my mind.
Okay, that is insightful, Tom. So then, are we missing, is it the stock trend that's of particular interest, that the stock is declining and that's why a more conservative harvest policy was desired?
Well, personally, I know that we can push the stock down a long way, because we're not anywhere near 30. I mean, you know, from groundfish, if I'm at 40%, we're dancing in the streets because that's fully rebuilt. When we start getting close to 25, we get concerned. But here, if we even think about approaching 30, we get concerned. I mean, we're up at 43 and we're already concerned we might go to 41. So, I mean, there's a whole different set of rules here than what I'm used to working with in groundfish. I mean, to me, until we get this thing down to 32, 33, I'm not really concerned one bit. Because as soon as you get to 30, the ramp's going to kick in. It's going to stop you from going lower. But the feeling around this room is we don't want to get anywhere even near close to 30. So I'm trying to balance this all out, because the groundfish I work with, we've got almost a hypertension level here that's several levels below what I'm used to dealing with. It's like, that's why I don't get this process, why everybody has so much angst about even getting down into the mid-30s. So I don't know.
And I think that's a good point. I mean, I heard an objective in there. I don't want to go below 30%. What you can see here in this plot, so here we have the 30-20 control roll in blue and different SPR values, and these are anything below this line there means you have a 5% chance of going below it. So this is median average relative spawning biomass. So with a SPR 42%, you have about a 5% chance of going below 30. So it may happen, but it wouldn't happen all that often. And then as you go up to a 32%, you probably have about a 25% chance. So Adam, these are the results that we looked at.
Thanks for that. Just Scott had his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I was sitting here trying to think of how we came up with those numbers at the last meeting. And as I seem to recall, Alan had run some scenarios for us, and if I'm remembering correctly, and maybe Dan, you can help me out here, it seemed like if we went below 40, the chances of the stock decreasing greatly increased, and above 46, trying to be more conservative, it really wasn't having very much effect on the stock at all. So we figured going above 46 wasn't really helping the stock, and going below 40 was really detrimental to the stock. So it was somewhere in there, if I'm remembering that correctly.
I think when I was looking back at our minutes from our last meeting, we had the 3 objectives, and then we cited about 8 statistics of interest, which we all referred to in our discussion about how we did, how we homed in on that range we did, and that was pretty much what you were talking about. And those statistics of interest kind of grouped around, the probability of going below 20, which we've got as an objective, the AAV, which we've got as an objective. I mean, there were 3 around that. The median relative spawning biomass left behind in the ocean, which is what we're talking about today. And then the probability of being on the ramp and the probability of the commercial fishery going to 0 were kind of the other ones we looked at. And so for a minute, reflect that those are our consideration. I think what Alan is asking us today is, do you want to take any of those statistics of interest and make it as an explicit objective with a tolerance, right? I mean, we looked at all those things in making our recommendation. We didn't put a specific tolerance on any of them. We just kind of said, this is what we think, and you can take any one of those and try and put a tolerance on it, or you cannot, right?
And so to
follow up, Dan, paragraph 38 of the MSAB-12 report says rationale for the recommendation. Fishing intensity is greater than 40%. AAV appears to increase at a faster rate. Fishing intensity is greater than 40%. The probability of being less than 30 or 20% increased. Fishing intensity is lower than 46%. Yield appears to decrease at a faster rate. And the conservation risk is lower under 30-20 harvest control rule than 25-10. Although the probability of a directed fishery closure is greater than under 25-10. And the median total mortality is lower, and the median AAV is higher under a 30-20 harvest control rule across all SPRs compared to the 25-10. So you made some comparisons to 25-10. But out of that, so I think, like, do we need to update the objectives at hand or add more or indicate what these other, we do have the table later on, these other statistics, to help others understand exactly why the decision was made, to make it a little bit more clear, because given the objectives we're operating under, this would not be the best. So should we update these objectives to agree with that recommendation, or however we feel the current results look like?
I saw Chris, Peggy, Forrest, Michelle.
I think what Alan just said, and we sort of heard it all along, I mean, I think, and he said the question he had at the time, given our stated objectives, the primary objectives, he would have gone with F-38 or F-36. And I think we see that a little bit in the commissioner's response back to us, saying, look, there's some new information here as well you need to take into account. And I think implicit in that is saying, given these stated objectives, why are you not here? Why are you not looking at least SPR 40? And so I think Alan also alluded this in earlier in the meeting, I can't remember, it was the phantom objective or whatever we called it. Is there some other objective, unstated objective, there we go, that we haven't explicitly made explicit? And that's what I think, and what we have to do right now is do what we're supposed to do. Go back to the objectives, because it's an iterative process, it's a life sentence, we just keep doing the same thing over and over again. We go back to it. Do we still want those objectives? Do we want to change them? Do we want to get rid of them? And the other question is, do we want to add a new one? We've explicitly asked by the commissioners about a new one with respect to target biomass. So we're kind of where I think probably if somebody knew process better than that, say, yeah, this is what you'll be doing at this meeting.
Yeah, I'm beginning to agree with that assessment. I think that's a good one. And I have a question for Alan. I hope you can answer this, maybe others. I'm looking at the notes from the meeting 12, and there are two appendices for primary objectives. One is 5A and one is 5B, and 5B goes on for a few pages. So the objectives that we have in the documents for this meeting are quite a bit more compressed, and I just wondered if they reflect all of the objectives and statistics of interest that we had at the last meeting.
Yeah, that is a good point, Peggy. The Appendix 5A are the primary objectives. So we've identified 3 primary objectives for which to do the evaluation. And then we have a whole bunch of other objectives which can be translated into statistics of interest or performance metrics that were also considered in the decision making. And that's where Dan was saying we listed in the main body of the report some of the metrics that we looked at other than primary metrics. But when it comes to the commission, they have a lot to do. They're not looking through the whole list of performance metrics, and they saw 3 primary objectives that they actually recommended is used to make an evaluation as well. And using just those 3 primary objectives, that made their evaluation different than what the MSAB came up with. And so that's where the confusion came from. So if we are able at the MSAB to identify a list of primary objectives that then really identifies a best performing management procedure that the MSAB agrees with, then I think it's just much more clear to everybody how we arrived at that conclusion or that choice.
In that secondary, table of additional objectives and associated performance metrics, there are potentially other objectives that we will use, such as conserve spatial population structure. So forgive me for asking this, but will we be talking about that at some point today or tomorrow? This other list?
So those are objectives related to the distribution, which we will not actually use in our evaluation until next year. So we don't have the operating model and the management procedure to actually evaluate, are we conserving population structure? But right now, in the appendix of document 07, the objectives document, are the whole list of performance metrics that we have, as well as on the MSE Explorer, on that left column, you see if you click that expert mode, there's probably another 30 different performance metrics you can look at.
So I think Forrest had a comment, and Michelle, and after that, I think we're going to have to wrap up this discussion, and perhaps everybody can take some time tonight to think about objectives and what their objectives are, and whether there is a phantom objective. And we will have a chance tomorrow morning from 9:30 to 10, and we can perhaps extend that by a little bit to have a discussion where we hopefully come to an agreement on these coast-wide objectives. So Forrest and then Michelle.
I was just curious, we've been analyzing or looking at results for a single fishery intensity, a single SPR, but the 012 MSAB picked a range and then a target within the range, and I was wondering why that was.
So could you, I don't think we've been looking at a single SPR. Could maybe you clarify?
So in our discussion, for instance, you talked about a survey that was passed around, and if Alan had filled it out, he would have picked a 36 or a 38, and we seem to be looking at single numbers, yet the recommendation from 012 MSAB was a range with numbers within the range, and I just wondered why that was the right bet.
Yeah, I can take a stab at this, and other people in the room can too, I think. So we were tasked with coming up with a recommendation on a harvest control rule, including an SPR and whether we wanted a 30-20 or 40-10 or, what control rule behind that. And so we passed out a survey, essentially, to ask people to pick an SPR rate based on the results that they'd seen. And what came back was kind of a split between F42 and F43. So we discussed that for a little bit, and that was kind of as narrow, as much as we could narrow it down. There were people that didn't want to land on F43, and there were people that didn't want to land on F42, but everyone was happy with 42 to 43. And there was general agreement, I think, as we looked through these results, based on what Alan read just a little bit ago in the report from the last meeting, that people were uncomfortable with an FSPR that was, this is more intense, thank you, than F40%, and uncomfortable with SPRs that were less intense than F46%. And we might need to reread the notes from that meeting to get a few more details on that. But if anyone else wants to add something to that, that's how that came about. We were kind of aiming for a single SPR value, and that's as close as we got.
So, appreciate that, and I'm going back to the discussion that we had earlier this morning, and looking at the proposed new additional objective to address the conservation, and the discussion of having a target, or in target RSB. And in that discussion, and then looking at the graphics for what's in that DFO policy document with a really long title. There was this concept that there was a target that, as Chris explained, could be fishery specific, but in general, it was looking at having a target that was in the healthy range that was to the right of the start of the ramp. And so you would have some potential flexibility in your response that you could take prior to actually being on the ramp itself. And as part of that discussion, Adam was pretty clear that you're never actually going to be at the point estimate of that target, and some years you're going to be below and some years you're going to be above. And in looking at the Commission's direction for us to come up with a conservation objective, there wasn't any additional guidance as to ranking that as the number one, something that had to be met, or where it fell into relative to the other three that we had already identified and examined, or any tolerance associated with that target. So I just wanted to note those things, that those should all be part of our discussion. And then more of a general question, it seemed to me that we didn't necessarily need to identify a point estimate target that in all cases, or with a really low tolerance, we had to achieve every year across this 10 to 20 or 100 year time frame, but that it could be something that is used perhaps even as a checkpoint. So you could identify maybe your three primary objectives, and then you could also then circle back and see if you're pretty close to your target. You could be, plus or minus within some degree of your target as a check-in, but perhaps it's not something that you necessarily have to achieve before any of the others.
Yeah, go ahead.
Appreciate that. I think Michelle said it pretty well. The only thing I would kind of build on to answer your question for us is what she was saying, that the reason I selected, was happy with the range, is it really gets about how much precision do you need to that target value and what's real. And since we know that there's a lot of imprecision in the stock assessment, and we may choose a target of F42, but the realized one could be anywhere between F55 and F35, right? Because of just the imprecisions in there, that there was little to be gained by trying to meet a single-digit target to the 100 pounds, basically. So what we said was recognizing that the Commission has a history of trying to have a target and then they make adjustments within it, and they never really stick to that exact amount. We tried to kind of say, okay, well, how far on either side of the target can you go before you're starting to significantly change some of the metrics we're tracking, like variability, time spent on the ramp, and things like that. And so that's where we came up with the brackets that, here's your core. There's no sense having a zero-sum game where, any additional pound you give to one area has to be taken directly out of another area just because of the uncertainty around the stock assessment and what we're really going to get. And so rather than avoiding that fight, let's go ahead and look at how far off of that could you go before you start making a difference over the long term. And that gave us considerably more management flexibility to kind of address some of the short-term tactical concerns that have been part of what the Commission does all the time.
Okay, we've got, I see it as two tasks based on kind of what Carey outlined. Go away tonight to think about these two questions. One is, we have three objectives on the screen right now. There's four plots, but the bottom left and top right are roughly referring to the same written objective we have, a 1.1. The first question is, are those values appropriate? Is 20% the cutoff that we're looking for in a conservation objective? I don't think there's too much debate about that, given that was mostly a science decision. AAV is 15% appropriate. There's been a lot of talk about that. I think it'd be helpful if folks go back and think, in my business, can I live with 25% variability year over year? In my recreational interests, is 50% variability valuable or important? So considering some of the values that we have in these objectives, which are listed in the report number 12 would be helpful. Second piece would be thinking about what we want for this biomass target, or at least how we want to respond to the commissioner direction from the annual meeting. I think both Michelle and Dan have offered some pretty helpful comments about how we might want to, or at least how we could direct our thinking. One other piece I would offer is I think where we might be struggling with trying to define a target is that when you want to reach that target or how you're trying to go to that target. So one thing I would suggest is, Ian, what's the long-term yield we usually get from, you have talked about long-term yields like 60 million pounds, kind of where we've been over the past 100 years?
Yeah, the 100-year average yield is between around 64 million pounds.
And so what's the biomass that is related to that yield?
Wish I knew.
We can look at it here.
Just for clarity,
if we could pull it up, I mean, that's maybe over the long term as a target.
so is that total removals or the fishery removals for the 60? Total? That's total, okay.
So what the MSE simulations show, and this is a model, is that long-term yield is typically around 40 million pounds. A lot of variability around that because of just the natural variability in the system. And that 40 million pounds the yield isn't changing a whole lot across these SPRs, but the biomass is changing a whole lot. And so this is the range of 46 to 40 for 30/20 in blue, and you see that the median average biomass, the biomass at which it would fluctuate around, is between 35 and 40% of B0.
So one option to consider is if we've been satisfied over the long term, assuming a target is going to be a long-term target, which I think is reasonable. We want to be setting a biomass target over the long term, that we can look at where we've been over the long term. And if we're satisfied with where we've been over the long term, that's a place to start.
I have a feeling that might be difficult just given the variation we've seen over the last 100 years. I don't even know if 100 years of one observation of 100 years is enough to characterize what equilibrium values might be. Yeah.
And that's fair. I think the challenge is trying to identify a target. What's the target we want? How much biomass do we want? We don't really know.
Well, so we want a biomass that maximizes something, right? That optimizes or maximizes something. We have two things on the table. We can maximize the yield, which was actually an objective. So what we found was maximizing the yield in these simulations, going out to probably a 32 or 36. Actually, I'll show you something here. We'll do a no control rule, and we'll add in 0.3. We'll go fish a little bit harder without a control rule. So now the dark blue is no control rule, and we're driving that stock down to almost 25%. But what's the yield doing? The yield is not really increasing at those levels in the long term. So I would say these simulations show we're maximizing the yield with probably a 36, 34% SPR, which here's 36, right? And that's a biomass of about 30%. So these simulations show that 30% might be BMSY, and if we take 1.2 times 30%, 36%, and that might be an MEY target. Past assessments have shown that range to be estimated to BMSY between 35 and 41%. So a 35% is 41. So, 40% MEY target. So here we have some simulated data, some assessed data showing that BMEY might be 35 to 45% in that range.
I appreciate that. I mean, I think we need to define a rationale for what our target is. And I think you can go on the MEY, and I appreciate a couple of different ways of doing it. The other way of doing it is what I heard Michelle talk about, which is that we want our target to be some distance away from our threshold for the trigger. to provide some room for additional caution and management before we're on the mandatory downside. And, you know, I think either one of those would be adequate to provide a rationale of why we're choosing a target. And I think, you know, if you want to come back in the morning with a specific recommendation of a number for a target, they can. Yeah. Then I think that's the next step, is someone needs to put something on the table and say why they think that's the right target.
And we also have the harvest strategy policy document as a third source of 45% in that document. So I think there's...
Yeah. So I think it was in October, or it might have been in the annual meeting, when we're talking about the 30%, the trigger or whatever. I'm using Canada when I want to say threshold, but anyways, that 30. And then we have a target. And I don't know if it was you or it would have been someone else that said there is some degree of separation between the two values that we need, because if it's too small, we just can't manage around it. Like it, you know. So if 30 is kind of where we're kind of going to go on the ramp at 30, and we want to be above it, our target above that. The difference between the trigger and our target has to be some value that we can actually effectively manage for, as opposed to if it's too fine of a scale or too small of a scale, we really don't have the tools to manage for it. Like the separate, I guess the term that was used to me was separation between the two has to be a certain distance in order to be really effective with the tools that we have now.
Right, so you're saying if we had a 30-20 control rule and we had a target of 35, it's actually not that meaningful, because we might think we're on the ramp more often than we actually are.
Yeah, I think that's how it was explained to me. Now, I don't remember who I was talking to at the time, but I think that's kind of the general gist. Is that our ability to estimate, our variability around our estimates are you know, relatively large, and so trying to manage at a fine scale not that effective, and actually reality not that effective.
That's a good point, and I think that's the benefit of seeing these results is I see it a different way. Is we define our target and our whatever, and we can put the target at that inflection point on the control rule, the fishery trigger, which I call it. And the results are going to show us the resulting variability, how finely we can manage it. You know, I've already showed the SPR, the realized SPRs are going to have quite a bit of range, so we just have to accept that. And we can define the management procedure that meets the objectives that we've defined. And we're going to find sometimes one objective is the real driver. And we found that here. AAV is really driving a lot of these results. And that's going to be the one. And then we might redefine a target or something. We might find a different objective now becomes the important objective that we're trying to meet. So I guess we can look at it two ways. We can look at it, can we define a management procedure that can achieve us well, I guess that's what we're doing. We're defining a management procedure that achieves the objectives, and what we might find is that some definitions of those management procedures just won't meet any of the objectives.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's table the discussion. Let's leave the discussion here for now, and people can think about it overnight, and we'll come back to it tomorrow. Does that sound good, Alan? And we can get into a discussion of the framework for investigating distribution of TCUI. Yeah.
Two other decision points we have on the table is, what do we want to change the 30-20 control rule, and do we want to firm up a smoothing recommendation? Is that tomorrow morning's discussion too?
It's all tomorrow morning's discussion. Yeah. Essentially we're looking at it all as a package deal, right? So there are objectives, but and in terms of the management procedure, we're looking at all of these pieces of the management procedure as a package deal. And which package deal do we like best?
Yeah, I was hoping to have a firmer decision on objectives today, but I'm fine deferring that to the morning so people have time to look at the results. But I think the agenda item in the morning was to revisit coastwide results, and I really think that we need to have a decision or some recommendation on objectives and what the management procedure, the recommended management procedure is from the MSAB tomorrow. I could remind people, I have 3 slides if you're looking 25, 26, 27 in the presentation I gave yesterday on the objectives. That's 25, 26, 27, and those are sort of some of the decision points on the objectives that need to be made.
I saw Matt's hand.
Would it be acceptable for me to throw a proposed objective out there?
Yeah, where the out there is.
Out to the ether. Based on our discussion, it seems to me like it would be pretty easy to set a fishery objective for spawning biomass at 36%, because that's, I believe, exactly 1.2 times biomass at 30 at maximum economic yield. It satisfies all of our other objectives as well if we use something like slow up, fast down. So I guess something to think about is, would there be any objections to that number, given that it is to the right of the trigger, as Michelle mentioned, and currently fits within all of the other objectives we've looked at.
So there's one out there. I don't know if folks are prepared to speak to it, or perhaps maybe how we suggest this, given we want to keep our schedule. There's a proposal of a spawning biomass target, right, 36%. Let's take a look at that in the MSC Explorer, see how that compares for your preferred harvest control rule, 30-20, or presumably 30-20, or maybe 25-10, I guess, with a smoother, without a smoother constraint, I mean. And then we can bring that back tomorrow. But I think that's really helpful, Matt. If at least we have something that we can, what do we say? Tell me what you want, and we'll say we don't like it. Whatever Dan's quote is. Let's do that. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
All right, we will shift gears and talk about framework for distribution exploration.
So we're just bringing up the presentation. We'll be there in 1 minute.
All right, thank you, everybody. This is, we're moving from the old into the new. We're making the transition now. So we're going to move from results and scale stuff, and now start talking about what we're going to be doing over the next 2 years. So now we're back in the planning stage, the second iteration of this MSE, at least since I've been here, and this is the fun stuff. So this is all about the framework to investigate fishing intensity and distributing the TCY. So this is just an overview of what we're currently thinking and developing to do the MSE evaluations in 2 years' time. So the outline, a little bit of background, I'm going to talk about the current interim management procedure, or at least the management procedure that was called current interim at the annual meeting 95. Talk about how that interim management procedure needs to be redefined to be not only consistent, but to sort of match the thinking that's been going on recently. And talk about a framework for the management procedure and the closed loop simulation framework, and actually Steve Barakoff's going to talk about that for you. He's been very involved with the development of that. And then the last section of this are potential management procedures related to distributing the TCY, and that's actually on the agenda for tomorrow after we revisit the coastwide results in the morning. So we'll get through up until that last point and then break for the day. So a couple of things to remember. At annual meeting 95, Commission recommended the MSAB and the Secretariat continue its program of work on the management procedure for scale and harvest strategy, which we've been doing, and noting that scale and distribution components will be evaluated and presented no later than AM 97 in 2021. So we're under a time schedule here. But we have a great MSE team to work on this, and we have this meeting plus 3 more MSAB meetings to make a lot of progress. A few past notes, requests, recommendations that I thought would be good to remember. These are, and this is just a collection of things that's always in my mind, I guess. Distributing the TCY to regulatory areas may result in a change to the coastwide total mortality or to the coastwide SPR. So we have this coastwide concept, and the way that TCY is distributed may actually result in a change to the coastwide SPR. So think about it this way. If we had a coastwide SPR, but we allocated all of that to Area 2A, that would probably not be the same SPR as looking coastwide as catching all of it in 2A. There are science-based and management-derived elements to distributing the TCY. I'll talk about those, and I'll talk about the framework that has been proposed that incorporates these elements. The IPHC Secretariat has described 4 biological regions consistent with IPHC regulatory area boundaries based on the best available science, and that has been reviewed by the SRB, and the SRB agreed that it was the best option for biological regions at the current time. The MSAB has identified many potential tools for use and distribution procedures, and we'll talk about those tomorrow. So here's the management procedure. We've been talking about scale a lot. Now we're going to open it up and talk about the whole management procedure, including scale and distribution. So we can't talk about distribution alone. We could talk about scale alone and then just not worry about distribution, but to talk about distribution, we have to know what the coastwide level is. And so I'm not going to really talk too much about the decision part, but realizing that the output of the management procedure is that mortality table, which specifies the mortality by area and sector. So foundations for distributing the TCY. And these are what I call the science-based and the management-derived foundations. The understanding of biology based on observations and data from the stock. That's the science of this, right? The sort of biology of it, the productivity, the optimal harvest rates. That's a lot of the science. And that's where we come in as staff of the Secretariat in doing those analyses and coming up, reviewing those with the SRB and coming up with the best available science. Then there's management-derived. This is more policy stuff. Decisions to shift the distribution of the TCY, for example, and incorporating other objectives, fishery objectives, for example. And just as a note, this may include social and economic considerations. So what I'm actually calling recent interim management procedure, the management procedure used at the annual meeting. This is how stock distribution was done then. And that is the proportion, this is to estimate the proportion of stock in each IPHC regulatory area. That's what it calculated. And it was estimated using the space-time model of the weight per unit effort indices from the survey. And it would use the proportion in each IPHC regulatory area to do that. It has historically used the 032 WPU index over 32, and this type of process here is really linked to the objective of conserving spatial complexity. So when we think about the science-based foundation of stock distribution, it's really trying to satisfy the objective to conserve spatial complexity. Make sure the catch is distributed along the coast in some way. So what are some changes that are to be made from that recent interim procedure? Or that recent interim procedure tried to, or did estimate the proportion by regulatory area. That's not necessary to satisfy conserving spatial complexity. We only need to be focused on the regions to satisfy spatial complexity. As long as we have some biological spawning biomass in each of these regions, we would be conserving spatial complexity, because within each region there's a lot of mixing that's occurring. So I think the quote from the SRB was, "This is currently the best option for biologically based areas to meet management needs." And that's key, to meet management needs. So these areas, they're drawn as circles here, but when we actually define them in reality and to do the calculations on, we define them by the regulatory area boundaries. And if we defined it as like here in the middle of 3A, now we're going to have a disconnect between distributing some maybe the catch to the region, and then how do we then allocate it to different sides of the 3A. So it becomes a bit complicated in the management needs that we have. So we've defined them as regulatory area boundaries. Yep.
Just a clarification on spatial complexity. Is that to allow for interrelated complexity, or is that to allow for discrete? In each regulatory area, we've got different age groups, et cetera.
The spatial complexity is really related to the complexity over the entire coast. And what that is for is that we have halibut distributed along the entire coast, that we keep some subpopulation structure. Now the key here is we don't know what subpopulation structure is important, but we know that we don't want to take the risk of removing all of the fish from regions 2 and 3 and just leaving them in regions 4 and 4B. So we want to maintain some spatial complexity across the stock.
Alan, is it okay to ask questions right now?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this is one of the areas, you know, we had asked for, I can't remember the wording of it, but we had thought we might come back to the topic of both environmental influences and just life history, biological factors that we think might be important in this process. And I'm wondering if this is a place where getting some more background information on, you know, I mean, we've been presented with these biological regions a number of times, and I do realize that the SRB has said this is the best available science that we have right now, but it seems to me that in an operating model, that's really the best place to explore hypotheses about what might be and what we don't know, or what we think might be happening, but we're not totally sure of, and other things that are happening either within region or among regions that we do have some data on, like pop-up satellite tags or some other sources of information. And so I'm wondering if getting some more background information on exactly what we know and don't know about movement would be helpful in guiding what movement scenarios we explore using the operating model.
Yeah, I think that's a plan that the team has, the MSC team has, is to definitely explore the current data that we have, do some analyses on productivity, yield per recruit, and things like that across the areas. But in terms of what I'm talking about here is just simply a management procedure to what is the current best science-based management procedure to determine stock distribution. And then when we talk about the operating model, we do want to provide some scenarios, assumptions, different variabilities on what might be if this is the wrong way to do this, right? If this isn't the actual way. What if there is more population structure? What if there's actually less and it doesn't matter? The movement's high enough that we don't need to really worry about these regions. So it's a little bit different between talking about the current way to do the management procedure and then how we parameterize the operating model.
Yeah, and I just think there's an interaction between the two in terms of how various management procedures that we come up with, how robust they might be to the different, operating model hypotheses that we try out.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's not to sort of confuse operating models with management procedures. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but I think there is an interaction there. Dan?
On that, I think one of the things we talked about yesterday was, what do we want the IPHC's research staffers to report back to us on in October? And I think those are two areas that I would like to highlight. One is movement between the regions and within the region, and what's the current understanding and the work going on about that. And the two is, how can you estimate productivity in a region and differences across the region, and what kind of work is being done for that? I think those would be two that come right to my mind that would feed into the work we're starting to do on distribution.
Chris?
But I think Carey's asking also for something else, and I think I tried to touch on this yesterday, but not as well, is can we use the operating model to test the assumptions, hypotheses that we made about the population dynamics? Is that sort of what you're trying to get at? Because I'm sort of wondering the same thing now. Yesterday we heard we can sort of test it through scenarios, is how it's generally dealt with. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that is a large piece of what I'm trying to get at, and then sort of just relating that back to what we use for distribution is maybe related to what we know and don't know about movement.
So just to make one clarification, we do not use the operating model to test hypotheses. We use the operating model to evaluate management procedures. And yesterday I talked about different models for different purposes. We would develop different models, life history models, whatever, to investigate biological relationships and all those other things. But this operating model, its sole purpose is to be able to input our different ideas of scenarios, not to input a scenario and see if it's correct. We can look at the output and say, you know, those outputs just are totally unreasonable, and we'd say that's probably not likely. But I don't want to confuse. We're not building an operating model to do research. We're building an operating model to evaluate management procedures.
Yeah, I think that is a type of research. And so, yeah, no, we're not using it to try to determine what the true underlying movement actually is, but we are trying to determine management procedures that are robust to things that we know and don't know. And so I think that we have to be very careful about how we build the operating model so that we can actually find that out.
Well, I totally agree, yeah.
Jim?
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, I guess I'm not really struggling with this, but I'm looking at, okay, what are some of the things, you know, we maybe want the operating model to not do with research, but what are the questions? And so one of the questions we talk about, have been talking about since 2007 is rates of migration. So can it be set different types of, or different levels of movement between areas with, you know, some areas having kind of a net migration, sometimes having net emigration, and just sort of see what things would look like? Is that, are we at that stage now? That we can actually do, we may not, the rates may not be reality, but at least we can look at them as a range of potential possibilities.
Can't do that today. We're still we're still developing and writing the operating model. But I think we're confusing what I'm presenting here. I'm not presenting the operating model at all. I'm just presenting a distribution procedure. And we're going to talk about the operating model and how we might code it and parameterize it later in this presentation. So can we hold the operating model discussion? But yes, we'll be able to parameterize the operating model with all sorts of assumptions. We can do really crazy things, but in the end, we want to make sure it has plausible assumptions and scenarios that are informative to the future of the halibut fishery.
Okay, yes, I think we can table it there, and I'm sorry, Alan, I had stepped out, so I might not have completely caught that we were, once we're talking about biological regions, it's, you know, then we are both talking about maybe distribution, and we are also talking about what's been come up with for, you know, how the stock is organized spatially. So sorry if I got us off course, but,
No problem.
we can table that, and I think we can come back to it later.
No, it's important, and I think here, in terms of the distributing the TCY and a framework for doing that, is working by trying to estimate, there's a number of reasons to estimate stock distribution to biological regions. One, it's meaningful. Biological regions is meaningful to the stock distribution. It links well with conserving spatial structure. And thirdly, is trying to estimate the proportion in a regulatory area like 2A that might be 1 to 4% of the population from our survey is subject to high amounts of error. And what we end up doing is getting a better estimate of stock distribution by region than we do by regulatory area. So I think there's a benefit in that too. If we can develop a procedure that is not trying to estimate the stock distribution to the different regulatory areas, instead by region, we have a benefit there. Now, we'll move on from there in a moment and talk about distribution to the regulatory areas, which is actually the most important part of this. So, stock distribution, use biological regions, because that's the biology of the stock. The other thing is that we're trying to distribute the TCY here. And when we're distributing the TCY and we're using the O32, which TCY is O26 mostly, and the survey is O32, there's an inconsistency there. We're not using the same thing to do the process. So what we really need to do is be consistent and try and calculate what the stock distribution looks like for the TCY. And so we need to use the all sizes component of the survey, which is an analysis. And so here in this figure is the estimated percentage in each of the different regions over time in the survey, estimated from all sizes, meaning O26. So a number of things here. You can see basically how much proportion is in each region, 25% in recent years in region 2, for example. The other result you can get from this is something that was asked the other day. What is the range of proportions that we've seen over time, over the last 2 decades at least? And so this says, you know, at one time it was 15% in region 2, now it's 25% in region 2, in terms of the proportion of the O26 stock in those areas. So this just makes the science consistent with what the objective is to distribute the TCY. So, yeah, Chuck.
My apologies, but we keep bringing back to the TCEY, and now you're saying it's 026 when we know that we're dealing with all sizes, U26 included. And I know you're going through a process where how that's going to be done, and you're working through some papers here for the next set of meetings. But in the meantime, this is just confusing the whole issue, seeing this table up here as 026 as being TCEY. I don't know how we're going to use or break through to what we've agreed to, which is including UT26 in this as well.
Yeah.
I don't even discuss it. We still got a process, but it just we're mixing, we either create a new terminology, or because you're mixing this into something that is going to be changed again by October or next December.
Yeah, I agree that we do need to work on terminology, but I think Ian has a comment.
Yeah, maybe to clarify. So Alan at this point is describing the scientific basis for the current estimate of stock distribution. And regardless of how the catch limit setting process goes, this is still going to be the best available science for describing the stock distribution, because this describes the fish that we catch in the set line survey. if the commission moves to a new approach for setting catch limits that includes U-26, this will still be our best description of the distribution of O-26, and we'll have to come up with a way to deal with the U-26 component. So this isn't at all obsolete information. It's just going to be incomplete information under a setting where we're dealing with catch limits, perhaps, that contain more than just this component. So I think, Chuck, to answer your question, this will still be useful, but there may be more information, particularly when we get to the next part, which is the post-distribution, how to divide up the mortality. Then there are going to be other considerations. But at the present time, Ellen's just focused on the science side of describing the stock distribution.
And then just to note that when I say all sizes, this is all sizes observed by the survey with 16-aught hooks, which is predominantly O-26 fish. We catch 1% less than O-26 or something like that.
Forrest, did you have a question or? Okay.
Okay, so another aspect of the recent or current interim management procedure are relative harvest rates. And so this is how hard should we harvest in each of the different areas? And in a more general sense, right now we've been thinking about how hard should we harvest in the east versus the west. So this is composed of both science-based and management foundations. So for example, do we want to shift the catch from what's estimated in the stock distribution to account for other objectives? Okay, we have a stock distribution, and then maybe we say we just want to shift the catch a little bit over to the east because the east is generally more productive. That's the science-based part of that. So we can do studies on productivity in each area, be in region or regulatory areas, to determine, hey, look, we can harvest at a higher fishing intensity in the east compared to the west because the fish just are a little bit different. Or we have, then there's management inputs. And these are inputs that aren't really based on science, but based on other considerations. This is the policy part of it. And that might be, okay, in the east, we just have a lot more data than we do in the west, especially historically, for example. We have better quality data and we have more data. So let's hedge our bets against the uncertainty that we might see in the west and harvest a little bit less in the west, for example. There might be other area-specific objectives that we want to meet. Maybe some areas want to have larger fish, for example, and so we harvest at a lower rate in that area. I don't know. But that can be really anything, and that's the policy. What the staff is focused on are science-based inputs, and we're going to do studies on productivity in each area. So when using the coast-wide SPR approach, this management procedure approach, we don't need to define specific harvest rates. We only need to define relative harvest rates. So the intensity of fishing in one area relative to another. And so what we have been doing is we took, so the areas in the past, 3B, 4A, 4B, and 4C, D, and E, were being harvested at 3/4 the target in other areas in the eastern areas. And that was because they used to have this 21.5% and 16.125% of, I'm not going to say it, E-bio. I'll put a quarter in the jar. But the 3/4 to 1 is based on those ratios, and so that's how we've basically developed what we're currently using. And this is our time to update that with current knowledge. So what can we do to make changes to the relative harvest rate part of the management procedure? And that is applying that by the biological region, and then conducting research on the productivity in each region, and then enumerating the uncertainty of data in each region, and then considering other factors. And the reason we want to do this by region is when we're considering the productivity, that's a biological concept, and we really want to look at that on a region-to-region basis. This is only really related to the first step in the framework, which I'll describe to you. So there's a bit of work to do here, and we will be doing that work over the summer. So there's other elements for distributing the TCY. So if you figure that out, those first steps that I talked about, stock distribution and relative harvest rates, are really getting to the region level. We need to get to the regulatory level. And that's really a management foundation. It's not, there isn't a biological basis. The regions are the biological basis, but we need to get to the regulatory areas, so that becomes the policy. So these are parts of the management procedure, not necessarily decision-making, and that's what we're focused on here. We're focused on the management procedure. We can incorporate other objectives, which may be based on data, for example, and we may use data to actually do this distribution. So some examples are we may use CPUE, trends in the CPUE, for example, age and size compositions, if that's an objective of a regulatory area, economic, social concerns, and agreements such as national shares, TCY that you want in that region, for example. So a lot, this is where really the tools come in, the real creative thinking can come in to this part of the process. So here's more of an illustration of what I just talked about to give you an idea of these different concepts. So we start with this coastwide target fishing intensity, the SPR. And we determine the coastwide total mortality from a scale management procedure, which we've been talking about recently. So say that's 40 million pounds. We now separate that total mortality into the TCY and the U26 components. And that, as Chuck has noted, that was a recommendation from the commission to actually investigate how might we actually include U26 into the distribution. But for now, we're just talking about the O26 component of this. So we have this coastwide TCY, and we want to get it down to the regulatory areas for the directed fishery. The first step in that is regional stock distribution, and that's distributing the coastwide TCY to these biological regions using all sizes WPUE, which I talked about. And this is basically to meet the biological sustainability objectives. We then adjust the size of those boxes, the region boxes, by changing the regional allocation. We call this step regional allocation adjustment. And that is to account for biological sustainability as well as fishery objectives. So, and this is using those relative target harvest rates by region. So maybe harvest a little higher in 2 and 3 and a little less in 4 and 4B. So now we're at the region level, but we have to get to the regulatory area level. And this is where the creative thinking comes in to meet fishery objectives. So this is the policy. You can just simply apply percentages and get the amounts in each of the regulatory areas from the regions, or do some other complex calculations of using different data or observations, for example. Yep.
I think I appreciate the way you kind of clarified the purpose of going from the coastwide to the region is to meet our biological sustainability objectives. I think it's also important to kind of keep on the table that depending on what those biological sustainability objectives are, you may go from coastwide directly to area and then seeing if it meets the biological sustainability objectives without having to go to regions first. And I think we've discussed those two alternatives enough at each meeting, so I think it's really important to start presenting those as two approaches to the distribution. One is to go through regions first, and one is to go directly to areas and then see how our biological objectives are met or not met. At least in my mind, it's starting to firm up around two approaches that we should put on the table as side by sides.
Yeah, and I was talking with the co-chairs just the other day about that with a different concept, I think, as well. And you're right, there are two approaches in MSE. One approach is to take your objective and actually put it into the management procedure, like the constraint, for example. And then you know you're likely to meet your objective because it's part of the management procedure, and that's what's here. The other way is to test a management procedure that doesn't have specifics related to your objective and see if that management procedure actually does meet your objective. So I see merit in both approaches. What I'm presenting here is the way things had been done, trying to improve that paradigm, and maybe we need to start thinking outside of that paradigm and start thinking, okay, how can we just go straight from the coastwide TCY to the regulatory areas? And if I was to think through this, I think we could get to the same place going through regions first as we would just going coastwide TCY to the regulatory areas. And one of the real benefits I see going to the regions is that we have a great survey, and we can use that survey to meet our biological sustainability goal and have decent estimates of the proportion of the stock in each of the different regions compared to the regulatory areas. And so would be an interesting result to see in the MSE if we went straight to regulatory areas. Is there a lot more variability because we're skipping that regional step perhaps?
I agree that's fine, but I think the context of this is how we're going to build the operating model. I think it'd be important to have the operating model be able to accommodate both types of procedures and not force it to only go to regions first, that it needs to have that flexibility to look at both those two main things that we're beginning to explore.
I agree, and it will have that flexibility for sure.
Peggy, help. So I need some help, Alan, on thinking about sorry to take this out of theoretical into reality a little bit, but we have, just on Region 2, we have already two foregone conclusions for the areas a little bit. We've got that share for Canada, and we've got the minimum for 2A. So the idea of looking at coastwide and going straight to the regions, the areas, I mean, I need to know how to think about that.
Yeah, and that reminds me, that is what I was talking to the co-chairs about, is whether you take an objective and you just state it as an objective and see if that objective is met, or you put it into the management procedure. So if an objective of area 2A is to maintain a minimum TCY 1.6 million pounds, for example, that perhaps that's a way to go from coastwide TCY right to regulatory area, skipping over the region. Is that you put that into the management procedure, is this is a coastwide TCY, if it's above some level, they get 1.65. And then the other example was 2B, let's say their objective is a 20% share coastwide, then you might just go from coastwide to 2B as a 20% share. And yeah, so yeah, the regional aspect of this is a little challenging with those two objectives on the table right now.
Yeah, and you can, I don't mean to get us off track again, but I just want to make this one comment because we have the regions up here, that if the operating model that underlies this models all the biology at the region level, and then you apply a management procedure that distributes to regions and then to regulatory areas, well, like, okay, yeah, that's probably going to work for conservation objectives for at the regional level, right? Well, maybe not, but you have your management linked up to the biology, rather than having any sort of mismatch between spatial scale of the biology and spatial scale of management, right? And so
I think that's fine in that, and that's the concept of, do you bring that objective directly into the management procedure or not? And so the way to do it without linking it is to do what Dan's saying and just go coastwide directly to regulatory area and the distribution, right? And see if you do meet your biological conservation objectives in that sense. And we've already done that. So we did a bunch of stuff where we realized none of our management procedures met our stability and yield coastwide objective. Yeah. So we actually just said, let's put it right into the management procedure so that we meet that objective. And that's, I think, the same concept here.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to make a little bit of a different point. Okay, so like, let's say that the regions, there's a bit of, biologically, there's a bit of region 3 that should actually be region 2. But we don't model that, then we're not going to capture that mismatch when we evaluate how this management procedure performs.
but we can by defining the operating model in the way that you stated.
Exactly. So I guess
So-
that was my point.
Yeah,
going back.
so don't confuse what I'm presenting here with how the operating model is gonna work.
I'm not confused.
Okay. So, no, but what I'm saying is this is nothing about the operating model here. This is all about the procedure. The operating model is completely separate, and we can have the operating model be sub-areas of each regulatory area if we want.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess I apologize. I'm trying to make a point about operating models when we were talking about management procedures, but I guess in my mind, they're not totally separate. They're linked when you run the closed loop simulation in terms of the expected outcomes, the outcomes that you can expect and how you set it up. So I can table these points until we talk about operating models if you want to, but I'm not confused about the difference between the two.
No, I'm not saying you are confused. I think we might have to have I'm the one that's confused, actually. So I'm not getting the link between the operating model and the management procedure.
Okay.
So I think that's a discussion we might have offline.
Yeah, maybe you and I can just talk offline about this point.
Yeah, but I appreciate that there's definitely a consideration of mismatch and what if you're not right in reality, and that's where the operating model comes in to specify that mismatch from what you might have specified in a management procedure. So yeah, I think I might be starting to get it. Here I've defined science-based, biologically based stuff that we might want to test with the operating model. What if we're wrong?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I'm getting confused understanding why other people may be confused about my presentation. Because I'm presenting a framework and, yeah, okay. So I apologize, but this is why we're doing this now and not in October 2020. Okay, so we've talked about distributing the TCY, this management procedure, and that's the coast-wide target fishing intensity, the regional stock distribution, the black box in the center of the figure there, and then different distribution procedures, the regional allocation adjustment and the regulatory allocation. And I think what has been said in past MSABs is it might not be the decision of the it's not a decision of the MSAB what the best science here is, and we've reviewed this with the SRB, but the decision of the MSAB is whether the management procedure keeps that black oval at that point or keeps it at all, right, Dan? And so what I've stated is stock distribution to regional levels, well, you might go from here right to here. And that's been said in past MSAB reports. So that's distribution. And then just to remind people that after we get to this point, there is this decision step. And we call this the annual regulatory area adjustment, where the decision makers may make movements across the different regulatory areas as needed for other factors that are not actually objectives defined in the MSE. And this is really where the policy comes in, and actually probably negotiation as well.
Question real quick.
Yeah.
So that's my understanding too, is this is where the policy comes in, but in your couple previous slides, you said there was policy decisions to be made as well.
Yeah, so that's really the key, is that the decision on how to harvest the stock is not really a scientific or a real scientific decision. There are data and things we can do like MSY and other things like that give us that idea. But what we're trying to do is define this as what best meets our objectives, right? But when we talk about something like what is the best estimate of the distribution of the stock, well, there's methods and there's science to support that. What there is in the distribution procedures is related to the objectives of my objective is to maximize this or do that. That's really policy decisions on what are you maximizing, the yield or the economics? Are you trying to have large fish or small fish, you know, those are the policy decisions in that. And so that's where the policy comes in.
So,
go ahead, yeah, sorry.
so will we be directed by the commissioners as to what policy decisions they want to see when we're attempting to distribute the catch? Is that how?
You may be, but the creative thinking, that's also the policy part of this. The creative thinking of coming up with management procedures, that's what I mean by policy as well. And the defining of the objectives, that's part of the policy as well. And so I see where it's confusing. This is actually, this part of the policy is then considering things that we had not considered in the MSAB process. Additional objectives, real tactical decisions in that year. Maybe something happened and they want to depart from the management procedure. So this is really reasons they would want to depart from the management procedure. And then I just want to make the point that deviating from the management procedure, not following the management procedure, will have unpredictable consequences, or at least consequences we didn't predict in this process.
Yeah, I just see that, the fixed amount in Area 2A and, 20% in Canada, it seems like that was dictated to the MSAB from the commissioners, as this is what it's gonna be for the next 5 years. So model it into the distribution.
Yeah.
And I'm hesitant to see how far we can go with other policy decisions in that distribution of the stock without direct input from the commissioners on that.
So I can give you an example, and actually, before the commissioners directed that back to us, so the 1.65 and 2A, the 1.65 had already come up in our MSAB process. So we were already going to consider that, at least something similar to the 1.65. And as I think somebody mentioned, or it was you, about Jeff Kaufman's proposal of the 1.7 in 4C, D, and E. So there are definitely things that the MSAB can come up with, and the commission may turn around and say, yes, consider that, or they might come up with their own objectives, like the 30%, 70% of 20% in 2B, where they say, you have not considered this, we would like you to consider this. So it's a real circle.
Sorry, I say Jim had a clarification.
Yeah, thanks. So, Scott, I was looking at it as we can kind of propose whatever kind of management procedure we want, and actually having the management procedure that reflects current distribution as one example, and then, you know, make a bunch of changes and stuff. We can do whatever we want here, because it's not reality, it's just simulation, and then that's kind of the whole idea. We can push things as far as we want to see them. They may not be reality, or they may give us some interesting results. So I don't see us constrained pretty much by anything the commission says right now, apart from what they directed us.
I don't think we're limited to only looking at those two procedures for 2C. No, I mean, I agree that we're not limited to just looking at what the interim commission recommendation is for 2B and 2A, that we can put whatever we want on the table at this point, and the commission will take it off if they think it's out of line.
Yeah, we might find something that works even better. So the real point of this slide is this is departing from our MSE process, and however they deviate from the management procedure, we will not have evaluated and simulated, so we will not know if that meets objectives. But we can introduce implementation variability, which we'll do in the model. All right, so if you've had enough fun with me, I would like to turn it over to Steve and to present some of just the general framework of the process. You just, oh yeah, there you go. I'm going to stand up also.
Cool. So first of all, thanks for having me. This is my first MSAB, and Alan asked me to ask to walk through a little bit of a peek through the details of what I've been working on from a very low level, much lower than you've been talking about. You've been talking about all the important things, and I'm going to talk to you about the plumbing and the piping and that kind of stuff. And so what I mean by framework in particular is less of, what I mean by framework is less about concepts and ideas put together to make sense and make decisions than really like a scaffolding, like framing of walls that you can put drywall on top of and route piping through and that kind of stuff. And hopefully I'll get that impression across to you by the time I'm done. Worth noting that this is very much a work in progress, so everything you see here is draft. There is no religion in here. There are no sacred cows. Everything can get axed, replaced, hopefully improved when we get there. Provision, other proviso is that I am not a fisheries person, so some of my language in the slides may not be exactly right, but I know the difference between operating models and management procedures by now. So some goals of this scaffolding that I'm talking about, one is performance. So Alan made an offhanded comment, I think yesterday or this morning, that some of the runs that he does to execute the simulations that you've used, that you've seen the results from, can take days to execute. And that's kind of a really long time scale to make decisions when you're trying to figure out what analysis to do. So this thing that we end up building has to be fast and give feedback back to the user in a relatively short time scale. And I'm hoping to get this like sort of towards the hour level, so you can go to lunch, come back, and get some feedback. It has to have quite a bit of fidelity. Oftentimes, when you build these types of systems, you end up making computational decisions and designs about how to go about it, but those impact what science needs to be done or what tooling you're providing. And in this case, I'm trying to make sure that that's not the case. The tooling is hidden as much as possible to make sure that the science is maintained. Needs to be easy to use. I'm term limited at IPHC, hint, Dave. Eventually, I will rotate out of the IPHC under the current contract, leaving behind this pile of code that somebody needs to read and maintain. There shouldn't be any mystery about how to use it, what utility it is of, whether there's documentation, all that kind of stuff. That's a key piece of it as well. As we've been talking about over the last day and a half, and as many of you have been talking about for years, need the ability to shift gears here and there when we need to, when you make change decisions and so on. So the code that gets written is intended to be modular. You can swap out a module that does operating model widget X with operating model widget Y without affecting the major structure of the code itself. And again, maintainability is really important in terms of not just the ease of use that I mentioned earlier, but also keeping an eye on the long-term trajectory of the tooling and how it supports you and fisheries in general in making good decisions. One of the things that I've found in my career is if people end up shifting tools frequently, they lose sort of a nice trajectory that keeps their decision-making consistent. And in this case, given the long time horizons that you were talking about, it's really important to make sure that the piece of code has the fidelity, I mentioned that one, that it's maintained long term. So this talk will go more about the structure and the use of this thing. It's, again, both high level and low level from where we've been at, so I apologize for the changes in altitude. Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain again what fidelity means?
Yeah, so you can imagine, I'll give you maybe a different example. So you might be interested in providing transportation. So I'm the guy who provides the transportation, right? And so you ask me, go provide transportation, Steve. I'm like, yeah, you got it. And so I come over here and give you a bicycle. And the bicycle then impacts how you go about how you go about doing whatever you need to do to get from A to B. Like now you have to put on a jacket because you don't have a rain jacket on in your because you're outside. So the choice of implementation can impact the sort of decision making that you do downstream. And in this particular process, I want to make sure not to make any implementation choices that affect the generalized MSE process that you guys have worked all so hard to establish. Does that make sense? Sort of? You could, I'll get into more of it in a couple minutes, and hopefully. So this is a really high-level skeleton. So one of the things, being new to fisheries and MSE in particular, I've had to do over the past few months is just come up to speed with both what halibut are, outside of delicious, and what the fisheries mean, how the fishery dynamics work, but also understand what the impacts of all the stakeholder decisions are and how those feed into what tooling needs to be built. So on the left, excuse me, on the right, are a number of boxes related to how we build an operating model, which I'll get into in a few more slides. Those feed down into the management procedures that we talked about, and all of this section up here requires a lot of heavy computation and encompasses this closed loop simulation framework that we've been talking about. Out of these boxes, which, like I said, many days of computation time and engineering time and so on, come out future simulated populations. I think Alan calls them trajectories in his other slides, from which a variety of analyses are done, reporting and visualization like the MSE Explorer is provided, and then some decision support is made. And so one of the things that I've tried to make sure I understood, or I am continuing to understand now that I'm here, is the level of what's the right word I want? The ability of different groups within this larger effort to provide input into what this what the simulation framework looks like. So IPHC, obviously, our staff are involved in building the operating models and making sure they make sense and doing the analysis downstream. And I didn't draw that in here because it would have made it tough. The science review board, thank you. I was going to say research board, but that would be redundant. The SRB provides guidance and redirection when we go astray on both ends, the front end and the back end. The MSAB provides a lot of input about the management procedures, reporting and visualization like you've done today. I was quite enjoyed taking some notes on how you guys were using the Explorer and your frustrations and the good ways and bad ways of looking at data. For a guy like me, that's super valuable information because then I can go back and say, oh, I can tweak that, or what the hell are they talking about, and improve what I'm giving out. And then, of course, there's the commissioners. So at some point, we have to provide all this stuff to make decisions, and it's important to make sure that we're doing that in a smart way, and that we understand what the constraints are on who's being informed and who's being consulted and so on. So this is just a racy chart. My understanding, more for me to get traction than anything that's binding, of course. Okay, so the structure of this thing, there's sort of four big parts of it. There's a piece of it that provides a lot of configuration, the piece of it that provides an ability to initialize the work and manage it downstream. There's the closed loop simulation itself and the visualization work. So the configuration steps, so I'm looking at this as a guy who's done a lot of high performance computing work in the background where you know that your jobs are going to take forever and you don't want to have to sit at a computer terminal for weeks on end and just mercilessly sipping coffee. So one of the things I've tried to do to make sure that nobody, Alan I guess in this case, has to do that is to emphasize the user experience. Part of that, as we've talked about here, is customizing the MSE investigation. So you want to make sure that you can, that tooling provides the knobs and switches that Alan would need to have on hand to make sure that he can get his work done correctly, and to make sure that that setup is fairly simple. And so this picture on the side is half illegible, but basically it's just a bunch of text files that has knobs and switches. So you can see, like we were just talking about distributing TCUI. You can set how you want to do that at some level within your configuration step to say, yes, there's no sub-area allocations, but we're going to do that at some other set of regions that we define. It's important also to make sure, given the long computation times, that you can dry run. So you can push a button that says, hey, will this actually run without any issues? I've always found that to be pretty important. And then to be flexible in how it's built and to provide some automation. So you want to be able to use different models, different management procedures within this larger computational set of tasks, and have it all sort of sitting in here and ready to and easily seen. So implementation right now, it's this sort of structured text format that's there's lots of libraries to use to grab and parse through that, and some syntax checking to make sure that you're actually using the right tools that you specified in the configuration. You haven't made any errors before you go and push a button that says go and spend days doing computational time. Feel free to ask me questions. This might be like as dry as you can possibly imagine, but energy comes from the crowd, not from the speaker. The next piece of the big piece of it that's getting sort of forming slowly is both sort of a combined initialize and management piece of the puzzle. And one of these is simply to make sure that you have the resources underneath the hood to get the work done. I think the piece of this that is key, and I've mentioned it a couple of times, is I'm really aiming for sort of the one button infrastructure. They have, what is it? I think it's Amazon that's got like the one button. Have you seen these things? You hit this button and it knows to go order your laundry detergent, that kind of thing. Maybe it won't be quite that simple, but I'm aiming to have a tooling that lets somebody, this is Alan, it's actually not a bad description, push a button and say, look, I've done my configuration already, go work and leave me alone. I'll come back when it's done. Send me email alerts how the jobs are progressing. I'm not kidding, actually. So how this actually, no, well, that would get a little too personal maybe, but a key piece of this when you have long-running jobs is you want to see how they're going. Like just like any other job where you've farmed out tasks to different workers, you want to keep an eye on their progress. So part of the goal here is to check your configuration, make sure that the resources are put in place, but also then to go downstream and when you've actually launched things to have some tooling to monitor that. And so a key piece of this is what's called a workflow engine. It's this box that's here, and basically it's kind of a simple idea. It's you've got a big nest of tasks. I'll get a slide of it in a minute. A big nest of tasks that have some interdependencies, and you want to have some way of managing that without having to sit there at the computer terminal. And in this particular case, it's super important given that we've got long-running tasks like conditioning our operating model, which is sort of part of this larger module of the work. And that can take a lot of work. You know, a lot of trajectories. You might things might go wrong. Your operating model might break. You know, who knows what can go wrong? And you want the ability to see that pretty quickly. Out of the step, once the user launches the workflow engine would check to see whether you have the computing resources that you need. They might be on a laptop, or they might be sitting at a supercomputer center if we can get applications for that. It executes this workflow, which is just a little bit of code, and that workflow contains the work that you want to do, and out of it comes the simulation trajectories that Alan talked about when you use conditioning. The same workflow engine would be used not just for the conditioning, but for when you're actually doing the forward simulations as well. The same structure, same types of configuration would apply. So in implementing this, there are lots of workflow engines. I'm not writing this from scratch. I think I'm okay. I am pretty good. I don't want to write workflow engines. I can just borrow one. We're writing the operating model now. We have a couple, 3, 4, 5 different versions of it, depending on the detail that's in there. And we're relying on a variety of statistical tools to help us, particularly in the conditioning step, to help guide what the conditioning looks like and what the visualizations look like to help us make some decisions. So a couple of deep dives in here that are important. Go through the workflow engine and tell you a little bit more about why I'm doing this and what they look like, and then spend a minute talking about conditioning. So workflows, what do I mean? Again, imagine that you have a bunch of work to do, and the work has dependencies. So, you know, I need to sort of use a cooking model or any kind of other task where you've got something to do that has inputs to another task, and that task has outputs to another task that are inputs to other tasks. So you have this dependency graph from here to here to here, or from here to here to here, that does some job for you. So it might be plowing a field, or you have to drive out to your fishing grounds and make sure your guys are awake and caffeinated, and then you can set your hooks out. I mean, whatever the dependencies are. In this case, it's computational tasks and mapping the interdependencies between them in a logical way. And what the workflow systems do is they provide a number of features. One is just a check into whether the logic makes sense. Did I put together this job correctly in a way that makes sense to me? You can't cook the pasta before you boil the water, that kind of stuff. It gives you gives you some visibility into long-running tasks. So when you're working on a long-term task, some of these tasks might take hours or days, and you want to know if you've walked away to a meeting or something and come back to see where the job is. It provides automation, obviously, but I think the key piece of it, the most important one, I think, in this context, is it provides reproducibility. I don't have to rely on a piece of code with a guess at which inputs I use. I have it all in my configuration files, and I can relaunch this workflow over and over and over again to provide some understanding of whether the results are making sense. From an implementation perspective, which is the world I live in, this is just pieces of code. So this is an example. I don't expect you to read any of this that's useful, but other than to note that this little GUI that comes out of the software, like this task local 1, is a piece of code that's a couple lines long that does something, right? And so you can type up some fairly simple code that is in a programming language called R, which our scientists are very familiar with, and run your workflows and hopefully get useful results out. So that's what workflows are, why they're important, and why it's a key piece of it. Again, it's trying to make sure that the user experience is facilitated as much as possible. All right, so the operating model. Again, just re-emphasizing very clarity, I'm not a fisheries guy, so all I've learned about fisheries, other than catching them and eating them, I've learned in the last few months. So I apologize for any errors in here, but the operating model itself, obviously you simulate the stock over time and over different spatial areas. You're simulating the biology, that means the demography, the recruitment, aging, mortality, all that kind of good stuff. Migration where you know it, so dynamics of the population itself. Related impacts from the marine, that are marine or environmental in various ways, maybe have current issues or salinity or climate change over at large. And the basic goal, of course, is to produce time and area snapshots of the stock. Alan, I know, has used the word partitions. I don't know if that's a common term. Ignore it if it's not. But it's a thing that you're all familiar with. What is the length at age per IPHC regulatory, 2A in some year? That's one of the purposes of forward simulating the operating model. So what comes out is this, data that looks like this. This is fork length per decade. So each one of these snapshots is a decadal snapshot for 15-year-old females along the coast that I grabbed from this website. Then anyway, that's the purpose of the operating model. And the goal, of course, is to make sure that you can then fold this into the larger framework. In terms of implementing it, it's being written in C++. We have other versions in this R framework, our programming language that we had. You saw the configuration files I showed you before with lots of customizable parameters and on-off options that you can use. It's meant to be, again, extensible, so when we figure out that we don't care about spatial distribution anymore, or there's so many halibut we don't even need to worry about managing them, we can change code. Oh, that was cheering. Cheering was involved. Yeah. And it needs to be parallelizable. This business here about workflow systems, you can imagine these aren't all just sitting on your laptop necessarily. If the jobs are very long, you may want to ship those off to different computers that are connected by networks and make the jobs run faster. So that's a key piece of the operating model itself, or how it's run anyway. So just to reiterate, in more of a visual, so the key bits to simulating the biology and ecology, if you're putting in the incrementing the age and recruitment, maturation, and so on, those are all in here inside the population dynamics. And I've diagrammed this as the inner part of a set of loops. And the loops that you're going over are years. So that's a year. Every year you're going to want to evolve the stock. For every year, you've got this set of trajectories that you're going to run your simulations forward from. So there's a loop that goes through that. And then you might have multiple models that you care about. Maybe you don't like Steve's model and you like Alan's model. So you want to run them both and see which one's better. Mine will be, no, it won't be. And so there's a series of nested loops, and this is part of the reason why the work takes so long. You turn it on, and it's going to go crunch away for hours and hours and hours on end. Those change, the operations of the operating model change the stock state, and in addition to the calculations done in the operating model, there's inputs from the stock assessment. We understand what the estimation error, the implementation variability are from the stock assessment. And those go into a certain stage of the evolution of the stock. And of course, the management procedures that come in when you apply different harvest policies. And that's sort of another recapitulation of the closed loop simulations. All right, and what about conditioning? What do I mean? Many of you already know what it means, but I was going to give you Steve's perspective, which is a different one, I guess, at some level, but not that different. So the goal here is to generate a representation of your stock with uncertainties. Like, you have a bunch of data from different kind of surveys and catch information from the past, and you got this model which is just a template. It's like driving a car with that has maybe wheels and a steering wheel, but nothing else. It doesn't have an engine. Doesn't have how fast it drives. Nothing. And the goal is to take this template and turn it into something that has some semblance or can produce some semblance of reality now. And that would provide you with this ability to forward simulate the stock that you have that you want to simulate. So this little diagram on the right shows one example of how you would do this. So these often the conditioning algorithms are based on some optimization, and in this case I've sort of given you a gradient descent. And the idea here is you want to get from this mountain, which is up here, down and evolve the model down to this valley down here. This mountain represents uninformed parameters. I know nothing about the stock. All I have is I can calculate things. Whereas this valley down here is this model with all its tweaked parameters is a reasonable representation of what my stock looks like. And what the algorithms do is, in this case, this is called the gradient descent algorithm, is that you start at a mountain and you go down in the direction where the change in the model parameters is the highest. So you descend down this way, and then you take a step and you check where you're at, maybe check, 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 and eventually you're guided down to the best fit model. These parameters are guided by historical data. That's all the survey data, for example, that you've got. And by the time you've gotten from here to here, you have some sense of both the ability of the model to represent realism and a guess at what the uncertainties and variabilities look like as well. Implementation, this obviously uses the operating model and these optimization algorithms, the variety of historical data, which is always incomplete, but it is what it is. And it's worth noting again that this is a significant upfront investment. You do it once and then run your forward simulations after that. But even though you do it and do it once, but it still may take days and maybe hundreds of gigabytes of generated data or more. Okay, so that's conditioning. So great, so I got, you configured the thing, you've launched your workflow, you conditioned the model, and now you need to run your simulations. We all know what the goals of doing that are. You want to get to the point where you've got these simulated data sets with the uncertainties to guide the decision making, that last step in the picture. So this includes, of course, the operating model, simulated stock assessments, as I showed before, and this workflow software that will help guide the work. So I apologize, this is smaller than well, maybe I should have known better, but it's smaller than I thought it was. So this is another view on the diagram I had before, and don't worry about reading it so much. I'll sort of walk through it quickly. there's somebody working up here, they need to do their configuration step, you know, edit that text file, initialize what they're going to do, launch their computing resources. Then conditioning can run or doesn't have to run, depending on if you've done the conditioning already, and you can start over with the old data that you have, and you can move forward. There's this looping mechanism between trajectories and time steps and so on. And you get to the point where now you have the interplay between your operating model, which are these sort of tan boxes, stock assessment data that you're getting, which is this pink box, and the input of the management procedures, which is this green box. So in a very real sense, this is closed loop simulations. You're going through loop by loop, walking through the interplay between the operating model, stock assessment information, and management procedure, and looping around and around and around and around until the parameters say the simulation stops. And once you get out of that, you do the analysis, and reporting and visualization work, and are able to feed off into the decision-making process. Last but not least, it's great now you've generated terabytes of data. You have to do something with it, and you get to a meeting like this one where everybody says, oh, I don't want to deal with terabytes of data. And so you need some ability to visualize it. You've already walked through the MSC Explorer. This is written in Shiny or in R, which is this programming language for statistics. There's other ways of doing it. There's a set line survey that many of you might have seen on the IPHC website, which is done also in Shiny, which is also, it's nicely done. We'd like to get there. And the goals here, of course, are to visualize trade-offs, explore how the management procedures impact the stock, highlight what metrics are useful, highlight which ones aren't, and make sure it's easy to use. Like today, a lot of people were talking about, well, I can't see the difference between the dots between these two, where the colors here and the colors here look the same. Well, that's bad. It's not letting you do the decision-making that you want to do very well. And another key goal of it is to make it customizable. If any of you turned on the expert mode button, there were lots and lots and lots of different metrics to play with. And one of the goals moving forward, I think, will be to make sure that we can make that a little bit more plug and play so you can explore a little bit more. All right. So that's the lower level view of some of the framework bits. I tried to not bore you with more code. I gave you some anyway. Any questions? Thrilling, I know. Yes, sir.
After this simulation model is up and running, is there plans to ground truth it?
I would absolutely welcome that. I think the answer is probably Alan Brown to respond to.
Definitely. Part of the conditioning is the ground truthing. That's part of it. And Steve and Pierre and I have been discussing other ways of doing that. One of the ground truthing is to make sure that the code we wrote is actually doing what we thought it would do. So we've actually been duplicating code in different places as checks. We have stock synthesis. We'll do some simple checks against that, because this will have different abilities than stock synthesis, but where they overlay, we'll do checks like that. So there's that aspect of actually checking the code itself, that it does what we think it does. And then there's the ground truthing. And yeah, we'll be doing a lot of conditioning as well as simulation to see if it matches our expectations of recent times and what the variability might actually be in the future. And all of that, those results will be presented to the MSAB and discussed extensively with the SRB as a measure. And I think that's where the operating model really presentation of the operating model comes in really useful with the MSAB members. Is as stakeholders, you sort of have that perception of what reality is. And if our operating model doesn't produce what you think reality is, we probably want to go back and make sure it does. So definitely a big part of this, and that's going to be what we're doing over the next year.
Chris?
Just on the easy to use and accessible and customizable. I just want to know, what are we talking about there? Are we talking about as MSAB members, or as like it's on the internet, that we can go in, like how customizable? For example, could I have some brilliant epiphany one day and decide, oh, I'm going to enter this management procedure and test it on my own? Are we going that far, or just trying to get a sense of what that was?
So yeah, thanks, Chris. I think in the application that we're working with here, that might be a little bit extreme. I've known different projects to do that though. And so the route that we've gone is to have the MSAB predefine the management procedures, and then you're able to look at the results here. And so customizable though can mean a lot of things, and I think what we're looking for from the MSAB is guidance on what tools would be useful to you. How should we modify the tools that we have? Do you want different tools? Do you want distant customizations, et cetera? So don't lose sight, and we're getting a lot of great feedback on objectives, management procedures, and development of all these things, but don't lose sight on a really important step on this is what comes out at the end, and make sure that the MSAB guides us on what comes out at the end for you to be able to interpret the results, because I have a way to interpret results and display them. Steve has a way, Pierre has a way. We all have different ways, but you need to see those, as well as what might work best for presenting and explaining those results to constituents. When you have to go out and somebody says, how'd that MSAB meeting go? What are you guys looking at? And you're like, well, there's this Explorer tool and I can't figure it out because it's really, really designed badly, you know. Let us know.
Yeah, I mean, if I can add, the feedback, I've done this in other contexts. So in one project I worked on, it was a data visualization and search tool for astronomy data. And the best thing that we could do was put people in a room, let them play with it, and we would gather feedback about, you know, somebody says, I would like this thing to do this, or why doesn't it do this, or it would be great if the data could be shown this way. And then we can rope all those together and see how sensible it is. Like Alan said, this tool's very simple and very low tech, I guess would be the way to put it. And when you go down the road of answering questions, like I would like to do some other analysis with it, it might feed into other things we might do downstream.
Just building on what that is, I don't know if it's a capability of the Shiny tool yet or the visualization tool, but is there any way we could export some of those charts for using in our newsletters and stuff? I mean, I think
if you right-click on it and save, it'll save it as, yeah. We could put in a button too if that would be easier.
I think
for
they're
some
just
reason,
JPEGs or something.
What's that?
They're JPEGs or PNGs.
The PNGs, yeah. So that's how I got them into presentations. But for some reason, right-clicking and clicking copy image doesn't work. You actually save it as a file somewhere. And the tables, there is a button to export the table as a CSV, however you put that together. And so I guess, you know, if you're playing with this tool tonight or whenever, and you come back tomorrow and we're discussing results, that's also the time to give us some feedback on what you did or didn't like on it. And again, you know how to contact me on email, so.
Yes, thanks. I guess more specifically, I note that this is where you discuss migration or movement is in the operating model as being informed. My question is, what data is going to be informing migration as we move forward to look at that aspect? Is it old data? Is it new data that's ongoing right now? That's the question.
So can I add,
go ahead, yeah.
Before you go on? So it's worth noting that the tooling that I'm putting in can or doesn't have to support the features of the population. So if we don't put any migration in, just turn it off, or we don't ever code it in. But from a modular perspective, it's a piece, it's a tool that you can add in or take out depending on whether it's of interest to you. So that doesn't answer your question, but it's important. Yeah. I agree as well. But if there's a lot of uncertainty, for example, like you don't know how migration works, but you've got 15 different ways that you might think they work, you can try to code those up and turn them on and see how well they work, and turn them off and compare them to others and so on.
So Chuck, that's the key to this, is it's very modular, it's very customizable, this operating model. And that's why we brought Steve on, because he can do this stuff, whereas me, I have to think about it and fail at it. But
So with these modules, we come up with hypotheses about migration and movement and things like that. And we can use old data, new data. We have a lot of studies done at IPHC on halibut movement. There have been a lot of papers done on that. But as Carey knows, in another project we've been working on, there's a lot we don't know about movement right now. So the research team at IPHC is currently doing research on movement and migration, as they always have been. So we'll incorporate those observations and data as they come in. We will discuss those scenarios or those different hypotheses with the MSAB members. And I think that's a really important aspect, is what we're going to end up in the end is defining a number of different hypotheses on how movement might work. And one of those might be that there's a lot of movement between these areas, and another end of it might be there's hardly any movement between these two areas. And we want to look at if the same management procedure is used, is it robust to both of those hypotheses? Does it still meet our objectives relatively well? And that's really the key to this. So a really important part will be defining those scenarios, and we'll walk through that in October, and then again in May. And that's not only related to movement, that's going to be related to natural mortality. It's going to be related to how the recreational fishery operates in your area, how the commercial fishery operates in your area. We have a lot of specifications to go through, and it's going to be a bit of work. So, yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much, Steve, for that. Oh, sorry, Scott.
So real quick, will this operational model be up and running by October, and scenarios have been run so that we have something to start looking at? Or will it take a longer than that to put together?
Sure. Yeah. There you go.
To answer more honestly, I mean, one of the goals we set for ourselves was to make sure that we'd have at least something that was preliminary, if not fully feature complete, by the October.
So yeah, we'll revisit that with the work plan, but the idea was to have initial preliminary looks at it in October so that we can be discussing the scenarios, and then come back in May with, again, preliminary looks but more results, so that we can then have the final specifications for the October meeting. So yeah, we got a bit of work ahead of us.
Okay, so thanks, Steve, for that, and those for the questions. Karen and I were just conferring about agenda. What I propose is we'll do a very brief wrap-up now, just highlight what we did for the day, and then move into report writing. As is always the case, everyone's welcome to stick behind and provide their contributions, especially if you have a point that you think is particularly pertinent to bring today. So that said, a few quick points of note that I wanted to make from the day is really, I mean, today we reviewed some revised scale management procedures. We had a chance to look at in more detail the work that Alan has done since we last met in October and was presented through the annual meeting. And having a chance to look at that work's presented a few questions for us, and two tasks that we had talked about being assigned for homework overnight. One is considering the values of the existing objectives that we had put forward, those three primary objectives we'd put forward at our last meeting. The other is to consider values for biomass target. Matt very bravely has put out a value there, which I genuinely appreciate you putting some out there to get the conversation going. Everyone should have access to the Shiny tool, so give yourself a goal, spend, say, 45 minutes tonight going through it at least and seeing how at the hotel, the preferred procedures might work relative to those objectives, and what you think about a biomass target objective of the, I think 36% was what was put out there. We're going to come back tomorrow and review those outputs, because that's something that we need to have a firm recommendation on coming out of this week. So if you want to go home, let's get an answer. there. The second piece is that we finally really cracked open the door on this distribution piece. I think it's been really helpful to get some of the background that we've had on really notable work that the Commission's undertaken to date and how the table's being set to help us provide some recommendations in the over the next 6 months when we get together again in the autumn. Anything else you want to add? Okay. Well, with that, we'll get into the report writing. Oh, actually, sorry, one other thing is we will email, hopefully you can do this, the table of objectives that you saw in the report this morning, table 1, which had objective 1.1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, so that you can reference those when looking at the MSC Explorer tool and trying to figure out how your procedure performs relative to our written objectives and if you might want to change them. Okay. So look out for an email from us for that shortly. Okay. All right, on to report writing. Stick around.
If I could just make one last quick note, if you do want to look at the MSC Explorer tool and you're having really serious problems with the internet connection, and you do know a little bit about using R, I can get you a non-internet ready version of that, I imagine. But if you don't have R installed on your computer, I probably will suggest not going to that because it'll take a while.